Respectfully, we acknowledge the land on which the town of Bonneville is located. We pay our respects to the Algonquin people who are the traditional custodians of this land, its natural resources, and the surrounding local watersheds of the Ottawa and Ottawa rivers. We acknowledge the Algonquins' long-standing relationship with this territory, which remains unceded. We acknowledge the traditional knowledge keepers of this land, culture, and language. We are also respectfully acknowledge the presence of all Indigenous peoples, past and present, as we commit to action, education, meaningful dialogue, and necessary change.
Bonsoir à tous. Je souhaite prendre le moment pour souligner l'importance du territoire sur lequel nous sommes rassemblés. Nous tenons à reconnaître le terrain sur lequel le canton de Bonneville est situé. Nous rendons hommage aux peuples algonquins qui sont les gardiens traditionnels de cette terre, de ses ressources naturelles et des bassins versants locaux environnant de la rivière des Outaouais et de la rivière Matawan. Nous reconnaissons la relation de longue date des Algonquins avec ce territoire qui demeure non cédé. Nous reconnaissons les gardiens du savoir traditionnel de cette terre, de cette culture et de cette langue. Nous reconnaissons également respectueusement la présence de tous les peuples autochtones, passés et présents, alors que nous nous engageons à agir, à éduquer, à dialoguer de manière significative et apporter les changements nécessaires. I will turn it over to Mayor Puckett.
I'd like to welcome everybody here tonight. It's very good to see how many people have come out and how many people are interested in our community. Hopefully tonight that you'll get some answers, and we have quite a long agenda, so I'll move on. So next we have, I'm going to introduce Councillor Corbett, our Deputy Mayor. He's going to speak on the municipal achievements and a message about our community.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship. And on behalf of the mayor and my fellow councillors, thank you for joining us tonight for our second town hall meeting in this term of council. Can everybody hear me okay? Just a quick check before we get going. No? How about that? Better? Better? That's good. I don't think I can see my notes anymore, which is the wax in my face. I do my best. So it's great to see so many people here tonight. For the next few minutes, I'll be providing an update on some of the investments that Bonneville taxpayers have made, share some of the successes we have had over the last year, and provide some context for a few of the topics we are discussing here tonight. During the election and for the last 2 years, we have heard from many constituents who have shared their perspectives and thoughts on how this municipality should move forward. As examples, we have heard that the municipality needs to be cleaned up and that we need to increase community pride. And we have heard that bylaws should be enforced consistently and equitably for everyone. But we have also heard that because we live in a small northern community, that the municipality should leave people alone and that the people in Bonneville should be able to do whatever they want to their property. We've heard that it's taken too long to get things done, but we've also heard that we're making changes too fast. Another theme we've heard is that the township roads are in terrible shape and the community infrastructure is falling apart and it needs to be fixed. But we've also heard that the township should lower taxes and that there should be no user fees or permit fees. We've heard that people want the municipality to run more like a business and people want a return on investment for their tax dollars. The next few slides will demonstrate how the investments that we have made are done so considering both return on investment and by weighing the staggering infrastructure deficit we face as a municipality. In fact, did you know that our municipality has an immediate infrastructure deficit of $5 million and we only have a reserve savings of $1 million? A strategic decision has been made to invest in our public works department so that we can accomplish more in-house as opposed to contracting out. This decision allows for more work to be completed each year at a cheaper rate than contracting out those services. As an example, in the past, the township used to rent an excavator to perform work that needed to be done. Did you know that in 2023, the township of Bonneville rented an excavator at a cost of $1,950 per week to perform ditching work? It took 7 weeks of rental costs to ditch Pine Lake Road. Then the equipment needed to be returned. This was not only a very costly run time per hour, it was also restrictive in the amount of work that could be completed due to only having the equipment for a few short weeks. In May 2024, the taxpayers purchased an excavator for $271,000. This investment allows the municipality to complete significantly more work each year by creating a multi-year public works operational plan. The municipality also purchased a backhoe for $167,000. The return on investment for the business case was easy to make, given that the old equipment was at the end of its life cycle and was costing a significant amount of money in repairs each year. We also knew that in order for these investments to be strategic, that we wanted to support staff to receive proper training to ensure efficient and safe use of the equipment. And we also knew that we had to ensure that there is a rigorous maintenance schedule being followed to help get the full life expectancy from the equipment. As you can see in this slide, the Public Works Department has used the new equipment to perform multiple ditching projects last year, and there's more to come in 2025. So this is brushing work before and after. On line 3, I know it's a bit hard to see because the slide's not huge with the projector, but you can, on the left, not see the hydro poles, and on the right, you can see the hydro poles. So did you know that in 2023, the municipality spent just over $20,000 to have an outside contractor perform brushing? The new equipment has also allowed us to invest in a few attachments, such as a brushing, which costs $47,000, a return on investment in less than 2.5 years. Here's the list of programs that the Public Works Department completed during the 2024, and again, much more to come in 2025 and beyond. The municipality spent nearly $7,000 every year to have an outside contractor sweep the road to sand every spring. The municipality invested in a new sweeper attachment at the cost of $18,500, a return on investment in less than 2.5 years. Did you know that from July 2023 until July 2024, the landfill recorded a total of 35,670 bags of garbage, excluding trailer loads and free yard cleanup days? The municipality purchased a used compactor for $30,000 to help manage waste and significantly extend the life of our landfill, which is a big asset that our municipality may never be able to replace. The municipality has begun to invest in fixing our roads. Did you know that all 5 kilometers of Line 3 South received 4 inches of gravel last summer, and Maple Road also received new gravel? Additionally, 6 kilometers of development road was pulverized, allowing Public Works to grade and apply calcium to control dust. Did you know that we owned an ice resurfacer for our outdoor rink that had not been used in many years? Thanks to the Public Works Department for fixing the ice surfacer in-house and providing some great ice for everyone to enjoy this year and many to come. These investments in equipment not only provide financial savings over time, but the impact is immediate with the increased capacity for improvement in our municipality. When I drive around our municipality, I can honestly say that I'm proud of the work our public works crew have completed. They are stepping up in a big way. They have well-deserved pride in the work, and it shows. This council was elected to make progress on behalf of the residents of Ontario. And while it's clear that change can feel overwhelming, we recognize the tremendous amount of work that needs to be done just to catch up with current standards. In fact, there is gaps that we must address. If Ontario is going to grow in a way that meets the needs of today and positions us for success tomorrow. As a few examples, did you know the fire establishing bylaw is 30 years old and does not meet current standards? Or that the user fees have not been reviewed in over 15 years, leading to unfair distribution of taxes? Did you know that it's been 22 years since the last strategic plan was done for Bonneville? Or that there have been no key performance indicators developed to measure success or to ensure that taxpayers are getting value for their money? These are not issues exclusive to Southern Ontario. These are real challenges here in Bonneville, and we take our responsibility seriously. We are working hard to ensure that Bonneville is not just keeping up, but is in a strong position for the future. We owe it to our residents to bring things up to date, to create systems that work, and to ensure that our community thrives. In line with this, we've taken steps to ensure that the new bylaws are clear and applicable. We want to clarify specific guidelines for property owners and to make sure that there is transparent and open communication channels for addressing concerns. We understand that implementing these changes can seem daunting, so we are providing reasonable timeframes for compliance while keeping fairness and integrity of the regulations intact. Tonight, we'll be talking about some of our new potential bylaws. These bylaws address various items including hunt camps, shipping containers, as storage units, trailers on vacant properties, and short-term rentals. To ensure that we all have the same context when discussing some of the bylaws this evening, did you know that hunt camps are not currently permitted within Bonneville? The proposed new bylaw we are discussing tonight will allow them. Did you know that shipping containers for storage on your property is currently not permitted within Bonneville? The proposed new bylaw we are discussing tonight will allow them. Did you know that additional dwelling units will expand the number of additional dwellings you can have on your property, and that secondary dwelling units will go unchanged for the RLS zones? Did you know that RVs are currently not permitted on vacant property anywhere in the municipality? The draft bylaw we are discussing tonight will allow trailers on vacant property within parts of our community. For those who say that we are moving too fast, here's the timeline for trailer and short-term rental bylaws. Public consultation started in April of 2023. We are now in March of 2025. After 2 years of working on these bylaws, we are finally nearing the finish line. There have been quite a few meetings, surveys, and consultations, which can all be found on the municipality's website. What we've heard throughout the process is there are many views on how council should proceed. We have heard that council shouldn't allow any short-term rentals in Bonneville. We've also heard that council shouldn't restrict short-term rentals in Bonneville at all. Council shouldn't restrict what I can do on my property. The renters next door are ruining my ability to enjoy my property. Short-term rentals take away from long-term housing stock in our municipality. We've heard short-term rentals are great for tourism and need to be encouraged. We've heard from all sides, and the proposed short-term rental bylaw is rooted in allowing the opportunity for people to visit and stay in our beautiful community, while ensuring safety and accountability by protecting guests by enforcing safety standards such as fire codes and health regulations, and holding hosts accountable for providing safe and legitimate rental experiences. This bylaw will also help housing affordability issues by balancing the number of short-term rentals in our community, so not to negatively impact the availability of long-term rental properties or homes to purchase. And we all know that a shortage of housing stock drives up rental prices or home ownership prices. Additionally, this bylaw will help maintain community integrity by setting clear rules that will decrease overcrowding, noise, and disturbance in residential neighborhoods, and helping to maintain the balance between tourism and the quality of life for local residents. We have also heard from all sides on allowing trailers on vacant property. We have heard Council shouldn't allow any trailers in Bonneville and needs to be enforced, and we need to enforce the existing bylaw. Council shouldn't restrict trailers in Bonneville at all. Council shouldn't restrict what I can place on my property. The trailer next door is ruining my ability to enjoy my property. Trailers take away from housing development in our municipality. Trailers are ruining our lakefront and our lakes. I should be allowed to have a trailer while I build my house. We have heard all of the sides and the trailer vacant property issue. The proposed bylaw will loosen the restrictions. As I stated earlier, currently trailers are not allowed on any vacant property throughout the municipalities. Trailers will be permitted in rural areas with conditions to protect the environment and to maintain the character of the neighborhoods. This new bylaw will maintain that trailers are not permitted within the hamlets or on the lakefront properties to ensure those lots are ready for appropriate development. Our goal is not to stifle progress. It's about ensuring that growth is sustainable and that it respects the needs of the entire community. We recognize that change can be uncomfortable, but it's necessary to find a balance between individual freedoms and the collective well-being. It's about finding a middle ground that works for everyone, where fairness is at the heart of the process. We are committed to listening to many voices within our community, adapting where we can, and ensuring that everyone is treated fairly and with respect. This includes the loud and boisterous voices and the quiet, more reserved voices, as they all deserve equal weight in this respect. We are also equally committed to ensuring that the rules are complied with to provide Bonneville with a secure and prosperous future. Thank you very much. I'll now turn it over to our CIO to introduce the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Wait till we get them to slides. I'm going to kick it. I'm sorry.
There you go.
There are seats up at the front, just a few, if anyone doesn't want to be brave and come up. Is this better? If I start to fall from it, tell it again. Okay. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Corbett. I am here to speak about the strategic plan for 2025-2023. I know some of you have perhaps read this plan from our website, and there are copies at the back. I think they are going now, but they're still on the website as well. We first introduced some of the themes and concepts of the strategic plan at the town hall meeting last year. Since then, we have fine-tuned the pillars in our set goals. The mission, the vision, and principles we will explain have been considered when making decisions. The strategic plan for 2025-2030 emphasizes key initiatives aimed at fostering community growth and sustainability. It's essential to recognize that these initiatives are not just about immediate benefits, but also about laying a foundation for long-term prosperity. By focusing on sustainable practices, we can ensure that our community thrives while preserving resources for future generations. This plan serves as a roadmap for the township, guiding us toward a more resilient and vibrant community. The strategic plan touches on corporate responsibilities, community growth, investment in business development, as well as protecting the natural environment. The last strategic plan for Bonneville was in 2003 with a focus on economic development. So council instructed early on in the term to take measure of the township, find gaps and deficiencies both within the municipal operations and what could be barriers to Bonneville's future.
This slide shows the timelines to date. While the top says adoption in March of 2025, this is fluid. In fact, the document is only a draft when we are proud to present to you tonight. You are welcome to take notes, comment, and reach out to any member of the council or staff to share your feedback. It is important all stakeholders agree on the priorities as the strategic plan guides decisions and discussions among council. As you can see, there are a number of steps that we have taken to get to this stage. All previous studies, including the municipal energy plan, the waterfront living master plan, and comments from the official plan open house in April 2023 were all reviewed to evaluate the outstanding recommendations. Council had 2 brainstorming sessions and a community satisfaction survey was conducted. The background report has also been prepared that summarizes how these consultations turned into the strategic plan. So this at a glance summarizes the strategic plan and the goals we hope to achieve within the next 5 years. Again, it's a living document that will change as new trends emerge, new legislation is adopted, and as projects get completed. So the vision for the Township of Bonville is a reliable, effective, and trusted provider of services to community. The mission for the township is a modern municipal government which fosters safety and a sense of community through fiscal responsibility and sustainable growth. The vision and mission are the cornerstones of our strategic plan. They articulate our aspirations and the fundamental purposes of our initiatives. A well-defined vision inspires and motivates the community, while a clear mission provides the direction. There are many versions of these crafted, and as we asked, what do we want residents to say in 50 years about the township? We have words such as family-friendly, efficient, reliable, proud community, and a place to raise a family with a great quality of life. If we have all of those things, we are considered reliable, effective, and a modern community. As we move forward, it's important to also keep the following guiding principles at the forefront of our discussions and decisions. Ensuring that all actions align with our overarching goals. Service excellence is key to building trust and pride within the community. By fostering transparency and accountability, we create a positive relationship between officials and residents. Financial prudence must be top of mind for all decisions. We heard you. We know there is much to be done to manage the infrastructure we have. You want better roads and you want to know you're getting value for your tax dollars. Pennies on each dollar are collected for these municipal improvements. It is understood that decisions must be made wisely. Sustainable growth comes from being ready for investment, for new development, and maintaining the balance of all compatible uses within the township. Supporting local business and promoting resources to residents that enhance quality of life will achieve community prosperity. Environmental awareness and stewardship are critical to protecting our natural assets and ensuring a healthy future for all residents. Over and over, we heard that residents value our lakes, rivers, and forests. And when making decisions, it's necessary to consider the long-term impact. Encouraging active participation in local decision-making empowers citizens and strengthens the community engagement. As we will present the new trailer and short-term rental bylaws later this evening, it shows this collaborative approach and ensures that the voices of all community members are heard and valued. And these are the strategic pillars. They provide a structured approach to achieving our goals and ensure that our efforts are aligned with the community's core values. Each pillar represents a critical area of focus that will guide our actions and decision-making processes. Understanding these pillars helps to prioritize our efforts and allocate resources effectively and to drive meaningful change. Each pillar lists the goals and action steps needed to achieve them. These goals are intended to be achieved within the next 5 years. Some will be sooner and some require additional resources, so they may take longer. These goals are in addition to our strategic review of the official plan and the comprehensive zoning, but they intertwine and to build and define the township. Pillar one shows a responsible government fosters trust and community pride by engaging residents in projects, promoting healthy living, equal opportunities, and creating robust policies. By collaborating and being transparent, the township aims to deliver modern, inclusive spaces and effectively address strategic challenges. Through the community satisfaction survey, we heard from you that clear communication and community participation is important. In addition, complying with regulations is a requirement of all legislative bodies, tying back to our direction of being the responsible government. The example driven by the survey results, we know that there is 67% satisfaction with the township's communication to date. However, there's not a clear direction on how best to provide information effectively. Creating a communications plan will set out the how and the why, and the when, so you know how to find the information. Hosting events is important to building community and a sense of belonging. This applies to long-term residents as well as new community members. Goals are to facilitate and support more events and opportunities with service clubs and community groups. The township must comply with a number of senior level government regulations, and the township is working on updating several internal policies and procedures to be more current with the municipal sector. The one constant is change, and the current dynamics of both the provincial and the federal government are proof of that. Later tonight are further examples of keeping up with the legislation and trends for improvement to built through our zoning bylaws. Pillar 2 aims to support economic and social development by collaborating with residents, agencies, and neighboring communities. This plan is to maintain municipal infrastructure, conduct regular inspections, and boost productivity. Additionally, the plan will accelerate innovative housing solutions for Bonfils residents, ensuring the future growth and development while making smart investments to avoid burning taxpayers. This is a complex pillar, which includes matters of health and well-being, community prosperity, access to attainable housing, a diverse economy which builds upon the assets and resources of the community of Bonfils. The goals within this pillar recognize that by modernizing and simplifying processes and working with partners, we can build capacity and sustainable economic growth in the community. This goal under Pillar 2 speaks to the importance of municipal services and infrastructure, including roads and bridges, and ensuring that we have robust systems in place to manage these assets so residents can get to work, visit family and friends, and enjoy a good quality of life. The township will, Pillar 3 supports fiscal prudence by making spending decisions based on asset management priorities and best practices, with clear policies and rules. The township plans to modernize administrative processes and seek efficiencies to lower costs. Long-term planning and budgeting will help demonstrate and achieve departmental efficiency. Goals in this pillar include finalizing the 10-year capital asset management plan that's mandatory for July of 2025. This document will set priorities through evidence-based reports and asset condition. We'll prepare multi-year operating budgets to allow for better long-term decisions and a more stable tax levy. And we will continue to seek out partners and opportunities for shared services. Pillar 4 demonstrates how Bonfils can become greener, more resilient, and prosperous by focusing on environmental sustainability. The goal is to outline environmental solutions to reduce the community's footprint and prepare for climate change. The township must make hard decisions today to protect the future. We have lakes at capacity and blue-green algae blooms. There were more rain events with poor drainage systems in place, which deteriorate our roads and eventually floods into the lakes. Some households still get their drinking water from the lakes. There are several changes coming to landfill operations due to the provincially mandated full producer responsibility for recycling and stricter rules for protecting landfill sites. Decisions today can negatively impact the health and safety of the water and environment. Council is aware of this and proceeds with caution in making decisions. So to conclude our session of the strategic plan, it outlines a clear vision aimed at enhancing the quality of life for residents while promoting sustainability. As a living document, the strategic pillars will guide our initiatives, ensuring they align with the community's values and long-term goals. Identifying priority action items that need immediate attention will drive progress and the community engagement. Setting clear goals will help us measure success and adapt strategies as needed over the years. To learn more, the background report, and I already said it was all gone, but there is a link on our website as well, if you'd like to read that, or you can come into the office and grab a copy. Tomorrow we'll put them on our website on the first page, you just have to scroll down. And they are currently on the website linked under the about last night, if you want more information in the full document. We are happy to take any questions or comments over the next 10 minutes, if you have any ideas on the strategic plan.
I don't necessarily have a new plan, but you spoke about how like we're paying if there's brush for the hydro poles. Is that not tied to our responsibility?
Well, I will actually allow our public works manager to answer kind of their project plan, but I used obviously just the hydro poles as an example to show that we've put the brush back off the road.
Okay, but I just want to get the facts, like what we pay for, what we don't. Hydro, guys, from what I'm saying, hydro is responsible for clean poles.
No,
Us, and that county.
so that's our road allowance. We own 33 feet from center of road to each side of the road. So that is our road allowance that we cleared.
But we're not clearing for hydro.
No, we're clearing for Bonfield lines of sight.
Why do we think about clearing for hydro?
He didn't, he just said a point of reference, you can see the hydro poles now.
I just wanted to point out the difference in the pictures that you can see the brush was cut back off the road.
Basically, the hydro poles sit on property line.
We're brushing it.
Pardon me?
We're just gonna brush that.
Yeah, we're clearing the brush
Roadside brush.
for roadside brush.
Yeah.
Would you be receptive to having any volunteers, with your process re-engineering initiatives that you have? On your strategic plan as far as finance goes? Like, I'm not sure how you said that, you want to modernize your financial processes. I have a lot of experience in process engineering and retired. I don't know how you're gonna go about that, but it's a pretty complicated process if you don't have any experience.
So we have our first volunteer to help me create. Let's talk after the meeting, thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
And all of the processes that we do, all of our meetings, if the budget is coming up, all of our committee meetings, all of them are recorded and they're on the website. All of the minutes, the agendas, packages for council, they're on the website as well. And if you can't get to the website, you can certainly come into the office and get anything. So we always like when the community is engaged.
Talking about coming in with jobs. You get told, do different things, or you gotta make an appointment. Well, everybody has not time to make an appointment to in next week at 1:20 and be kicked out of there for 2 o'clock. And the thing is, your staff has been changing so much in the last 2 years. None of the people don't know unless they go in and get all the cards out the wall and then they're outdated. Now, this is one point that I want to mention about. And another thing is, I'll include this in about the containers. You're not wanting them,
Containers after.
well, I'm gonna bring it up right now anyway. Are you gonna be liable for all the thieves coming in when you can't have a container out there? Can't afford it.
So I'll address the customer service and we'll get to the containers. I'd rather answer that question after we've done the presentation.
German Shepherd. You've been around my place. They better have safety pants on. I don't care where the people be there.
Think they
They
purchased.
wanna have good safety pants because you're gonna get your ass.
So in the customer service, yes, absolutely, please come into the office. We have a great team. Yes, we've built a great team over the last 2 years. And we are certainly here to help you. Sometimes we're out on inspections or in another meeting, so it is always great if you can call ahead, that we can get prepared and be able to answer your questions much quicker as well.
My name is Jules Garnier. And I've been born and raised in Bonneville here. And I've been paying taxes since 1980. And the way you're going on a statistic of the growth in this township, we sure don't have the support of your township or council. So, and even myself, I'm calling myself like I've been discriminated against this township. I was in business. And the township was not supported. Business people in this township to be coming here. Now, I'm a developer. And you're talking about growth. And you're separating the growth of this township between people to discriminate. I've tried to develop a subdivision. 30 years. 35 years I've been arguing with this township. I don't know who's discriminating, the councilors or the staff. But I'm prepared. I've been to court with the township in 1983. And I've been to court before with the township. And I still own my land. They try to take it away from me. And now, and I even been on council and I went to court for the township and I saved the township. Now, you're talking about growth. Now, all these zoning things you're trying to promote on these bylaws, you're discouraging people to come in this township. And now the question is, why are you putting the subdivision to a separate part of this township to not to have whatever it is, the growth in this township? Now, you're eliminating me from selling my property as a subdivision when you're not allowing trailers on subdivision, you're not allowing this on the subdivision. Why is it the word subdivision is in your growth of plan? We should be all equal. We're only one township here and we should be all equal. Never mind.
Has their own agreement when you go through, and there's a long process that I'm sure that you went through. We weren't here when you had the subdivision.
Yes, you were here.
So each one of those subdivisions has their own parameters on it, so we have to look into each one individually. But I'm not seeing any questions about the strategic plan, so I can carry on with the exposition.
We don't question that.
Do we have questions?
Don't be ready.
No, sir.
So one question I had was, in your strategic plan, I was just noting down things, you had diversifying the local economy, you had encouraging visiting family and friends and good quality of life, supporting local businesses. The bylaws you are trying to bring into place limit short-term rentals. They limit families being able to bring their trailers on their parents' properties for family gatherings, etc.
Who has that?
In other words, it's completely contrary to your strategic plan.
We will address the short-term rentals and trailers later on, and I think there will be a lot of misconceptions that are cleared up. So we'll move on to zoning right now, thank you.
Questions.
So we lost it.
Take the questions. Take the question. Take the question. Come on, take the question. Don't talk right now.
Is it about the strategic plan? Is it about any of the pillars or anything in the strategic plan? There's some.
I do have one.
Sorry,
The amendment bylaws proposed at 2025, 9, 10, and 11.
we're not talking about those bylaws right now. We will get to them, but we need to speak to the strategic plan, and we do have a lady that was speaking before you that did want to address.
What you're saying, but the mayor didn't even know that the fire chief was plugging in his Tesla.
Oh, that's who it was, eh?
Is there a question to the strategic plan?
You want that answer?
I don't know, I don't actually know that, but we'll move on to the next.
Making, zoning?
We move forward. I messed up when I started. I didn't introduce everyone, the staff and the council, so I would like to correct that so everyone knows, who's who in the township. So I started with, Nikki Kunkel, the CAO clerk treasurer. Simon Blakely, he's our planner. Alex Hackenbrook is the public works manager.
Stand up, please, so we can see who's doing here. Thank you. Don't worry, we won't need your.
Sean McGee, the fire chief.
I'm not worried. Thanks, Chris. I'm not worried. Thank you.
Unfortunately, is left already. And then Mike Pilon,
Why would I be worried?
chief building official. Andre Gagne, deputy clerk treasurer. And Christina Young and Cassandra Klooster, their administrative assistants. Councilor Clark is here. And we have Councilor Parfit, Councilor Featherstone, and Councilor McGinnis. And everybody brought their cards here tonight, so if you want any of the business cards before the evening's over, they have them here. So, next we have, I have to read the public notice. This is a declaration of a public hearing. Take notice that the council of the corporation of the township of Bonfield is holding public meeting tonight, March 18th, 2025, to consider proposed zoning bylaw amendments under section 34 of the Planning Act. The proposed zoning bylaw amendments are 2025-09, being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 2012-49 to permit certain provisions for travel trailers and recreation vehicles. 2010 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-06. Zoning amendment bylaw to permit certain provisions for travel trailers and recreation vehicles. Being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw 2012-49 for the township of Bonfield for additional dwelling units, hunt camps, and accessory structures. If a person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of the township of Bonfield in respect of the proposed zoning bylaw does not make oral submission at this public meeting or has made a written submission to the township of Bonfield before the proposed zoning bylaw is adopted, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss all or part of the appeal. Staff will now provide presentations on the details of these proposed amendments. And at this time, I'm going to ask everybody out there to be respectful. You have your issues, you have questions, but if it goes beyond that, then I have to close the meeting down. That's not something that I want to do, but I'm asking your cooperation and make this meeting worthwhile. Everybody wants answers, then you will not start yelling because I'll just close the meeting again. I said, that's not what I want to do. I want people to be able to get the answers that they're here for.
I'll be starting, with the bylaw 2009 and 10. As Mayor Paquette said, under section 34 of the Planning Act, prior to council adopting the bylaw related to a zoning matter, a public meeting must be held. This is the public meeting. The notice was issued on February 26, 2025. It was posted on the township website and mailed to each household within the township. It was further communicated through social media. Copies of the bylaws have been posted and were available at the municipal office. We have additionally created these presentations to ensure the policies are well communicated. So bylaw 2025-9 is to amend the comprehensive zoning bylaw 2012-49 to permit the use of RVs and trailers. So under the current and existing rules, RVs and trailers are not permitted to be used or stored on vacant land in Bonneville. This has never been permitted. This issue has been at the forefront of councils in the past and remains a contentious topic today. In 2018, Council of the Day undertook a public process to review the use of trailers and passed bylaw 2018-06, which better defined RVs and trailers, but still held firm the zoning bylaw to not allow the use of RVs or trailers on vacant land. Since the new term of council in 2022, this issue has come forward again. There were a number of surveys, meetings, and consultations on the draft of the bylaw. While we will speak to the outcome of the public consultation and the final draft of the trailer use bylaw later, the legal review did reveal that the current bylaws in place for zoning prevent the use of trailers and they must be amended. So bylaw 2025-9 and 2025-10 are those such amending bylaws. They are not about the regulations for the trailers. So the amendments required are shown here. These changes only relate to the use of RVs and trailers. Other accessory buildings or structures will not be permitted for human habitation under the current rules. If you have a trailer on your property that has an existing permitted dwelling, this bylaw has little impact to you. You will not have to have a license on the trailer, but you will be allowed to use the trailer on your house property for a total of up to 120 days instead of 90 in a 10-month period. And the intent, of course, would be no living in it during the winter months. To be clear, you do not need a permit if you have a property that has a house and you store or use your trailer on that property. You do not need a license. The license is only for vacant land. Currently, there are no use or storage of an RV or trailer on vacant land anywhere in the township. Adding the section 3.23 will now permit the use and storage on certain properties under the licensing system. This is a significant change to the comprehensive zoning bylaw. So furthermore, the use of an RV or trailer has to be a permitted use within a designated zone. Zoning bylaws are exclusive by nature, meaning that unless it is explicitly stated as a permitted use in the zoning bylaw, it is not allowed. The use is being added to the rural zone for properties under rural uses. The rural zone has both residential uses and rural uses outlined on the slide. The trailer will not be considered a residential use. With any new use, it is also necessary to put setbacks in place, and they are outlined here with the intent to keep the character of the neighborhood and the rural area with trailers required to be set back from the road.
But I have a lot of kids and I have 2 acre lots. I need more than one trailer.
So then we move on to bylaw 2025-10. And as mentioned earlier, in 2018, council passed bylaw 2018-06, which better defined the RVs and the trailers, but still held firm to the zoning bylaw, you are not allowed to use RVs or trailers on vacant land. Bylaw 2025-10 is being considered to amend this bylaw and now permit trailers on certain properties. To be compatible with the trailer bylaw, section 5 and section 6 of bylaw 2018-06 needs to be repealed. All other provisions in that bylaw remain valid. It is also important to highlight if there's a current and valid building permit issued for a primary dwelling on the property and work is continuous on the house, a trailer is permitted without a license. Likewise, an amendment from the last council meeting that if you purchase a trailer license and later within that same year you were issued a building permit for a primary dwelling and start construction, you can apply for a refund on that trailer license. This will conclude the proposed amendments to the bylaw to allow trailers, and I'll pass the meeting over to Simon Blakely, our planning administrator, for a presentation on bylaw 2025-11. We'll do questions at the end.
Yeah, we'll do one question after this section. We will. Hi, everybody. My name is Simon Blakely. I am the planning administrator here for the township of Bonfield. So I started the role back in September, and I can see a few familiar faces in the room today, so I can see everybody else too. So in my role, I'll be kind of overseeing planning, economic development, and kind of sustainability initiatives. And if at all anybody wants to contact me, you can reach me at any time. My email address is planning@bonfieldtownship.com. So as you might detect from my accent, I'm not originally from this area, but I have lived in Northern Ontario for over 10 years now. So I'm familiar with the context, the people, and I'm here to help. I've gained experience in planning and economic development here in Northern Ontario as well as in the UK. But enough about me. So as you likely have guessed, this next section is going to be actually quite technical, and I'll try my best to explain it. But again, we have some cheat sheets. We're here to talk to you, so please come see us after the meeting or any time at your convenience. And in this next section, public meeting, I'll summarize bylaw 2025-11, which is a bylaw proposed to amend the comprehensive zoning bylaw, which is the comprehensive plan, to permit uses within different zones across the township. And at the same time, the proposed amendment seeks to ensure that land use compatibility issues and other planning matters are being addressed. So the key bits I want to cover here are additional dwelling units, accessory structures, which include shipping containers, and uncaps. So as I go through the presentation, I'll first define each of those uses. And then I'll provide some details as to how the current bylaw will be amended, so you can see the changes, and also summarize some of the more generalized housekeeping matters that we're proposing. Okay, so the first definition. This is building primary or primary building, which means the principal building on a lot. So the consultation version of this document originally defined a building, primary building, as being the principal dwelling unit on a lot. This was written, it was written that way as the very nature of additional dwelling units means they are ancillary to the principal dwelling unit. However, it's noted that the primary building is more than just a dwelling unit. So it should read as the principal building on a lot, and not a principal dwelling on a lot. And in this regard, the broadening of the definition could allow for the conversion of other non-residential properties in select circumstances. But for clarification, ADUs will not be permitted on property that is currently designated for employment uses. Another definition is garden suites. So the township is not actually aware of any approvals having been granted for the use of garden suites within the township. And as such, the provision is considered redundant. And the definition and that permitted use will therefore no longer be permitted within the comprehensive zoning bylaw. But that said, the provisions for detached additional dwelling units or ADUs, which we will cover soon, will replace that provision, but without the limitation of a 20-year period, as was the case. Next, we have tiny homes, quite topical right now. Although the proposed amendment to the bylaw does not explicitly state where tiny homes could be permitted within the township, they generally refer to small dwelling units, which are compliant with the Ontario Building Code. So in addition, in accordance with the other bylaws proposed by the township, tiny homes shall not be permitted to be on wheels, will not be required to have permanent footings, or will be required to have permanent footings, plus servicing arrangements, including on-site sewage system. And the small dwelling unit or tiny home will also be required to obtain CSA A277 certification. And that's a mouthful, but we'll be putting resources and information on the website to explain what that is and which house modular house buildings will apply that. Tiny homes will only be considered as a detached additional dwelling unit or detached ADU and not primary dwelling. So we need to make sure in all of this, the minimum distance separation is being required for fire safety protection reasons under the Ontario Building Code. And if in doubt at all, please speak to my colleague Mike, our Chief Building Official. So the next definition we have is semi-detached dwellings. These are currently listed as dwelling and semi-detached in the bylaw, so really this is a tightening up again of the wording to ensure the new definition is that each semi-detached dwelling would fall under separate legal ownerships. And this is really to try and reduce some of the conflicts that occur between servicing. So when a sewer line is being run, between the septic and the building there, they need to be served separately for each individual unit. So next we have the definition for accessory building structures or uses. This proposed amendment was a simple change in the order of the words. So in this regard, accessory refers to a building, structure, a use that is incidental, subordinate, and exclusively devoted to the principal building, structure, or use and located on the same lot. So a little bit more on the details. These shall not be erected prior to the construction of the permitted dwelling, where it's necessary, and it should be necessary for the storage of tools and materials in connection with the construction of a new dwelling, and it shall only be used for storage. The township is currently enforcing existing provisions, but this amendment provides mechanisms that will prevent any future misuse of what was always intended to be an accessory structure. So permits for accessory storage sheds will now be issued at the same time as the primary building permit. In keeping with the previous slide, another proposed regulation on this is the time frames within which accessory structures can exist on the property while the new building is being constructed. So the proposed provision states, where the principal dwelling is not substantially commenced within 1 year of issuing a building permit, or where the applicant has not obtained an occupancy permit within 3 years of the building permit, that the chief building official would have certain provisions, let's say, to work with the applicant. And the provision also reinforces the minimum 3 meter yard setback requirements, which apply to all zones, and it specializes that accessory uses shall not occupy more than 15% of the total lot area. Now, any of you that have larger rural lots, I know that's quite a lot of land. So continuing the accessory buildings and structures, the proposed amendment to the proposed amendment to section 3.11.7 primarily applies to properties within hamlets, where a mix of residential and or rural zones and associated uses exist. But it does not include land that are currently zoned for employment purposes. And in this regard, we refer to section 3.45.9.5 which confirms that detached ADUs shall be considered accessory building structures or uses for the purposes of calculating lot coverage, which again is 15%. It also recognizes instances where within hamlets, where that lot coverage could be increased to 20%, and that just recognizes that the lot sizes are smaller and the development is more compact. Okay, keeping up. So the next definition is additional dwelling units, or ADUs as we refer to them. These are also known by the province of Ontario as additional residential units. And this use classification was originally proposed to substitute secondary dwellings, which we'll come to, or granny suites, as you might know them. So in this regard, if the new use is permitted as additional dwelling units by council, secondary dwellings would no longer be permitted in all zones with the exception of the residential limited services zone, which I will return to shortly. But before I continue with additional dwelling units, it's important to note that this could substantially increase the amount of development that you would be permitted to do on your properties. This is a positive change that everybody could potentially benefit from. And I have to inform you also that townships not actually obliged to do this. Well, all of these government regulations that have been introduced to accelerate housing delivery across Ontario do apply primarily to urban areas. They don't apply to rural townships in the same way. So this is actually a proactive measure that we're taking to allow additional development and provide new housing in the township. So we're trying to be creative and proactive in this process. And potentially on lots that have sufficient land, etc., able to service them, you would be permitted to have up to 2 additional dwelling units on your property. That includes 1 attached ADU and 1 detached ADU. And the idea is really to try and accelerate the delivery of affordable and attainable housing, because we know that there's shortages, and that's bumping up rents and bumping up the price of land, etc. So the more smaller units that we can build, the more that price can come down and be affordable for everybody. And the overall intent behind this, therefore, is to diversify that supply. And there's funding for it too. If anybody's checked out the District of Nipissing Social Service Administration Board or federal government programs, you can receive sizable amounts of money, up to $50,000 per unit. Okay, so a maximum of 3 dwelling units is allowable per eligible lot, of which a maximum of 2 within the primary building. So it's the same as what was the secondary suite. The reason is that if you have more than 2 units within one building, then it's then categorized as a residential multiple attached. So there's different regulations with that, and it means that you have to get a zoning change. So the prescribed zones in which ADUs will be permitted are the residential first density zone, the residential second density zone, and the rural zone. And the introductions of ADUs will require prior approval from the North Bay Maritime Conservation Authority and won't be able to include mobile homes, recreational vehicles, hunt camps, guest cabins, shipping containers, or any other structure that is not designed for human occupation. So the minimum of any habitable ADU is 188 square feet, or 17.5 square meters. And the gross floor area of the ADU shall not exceed 60% of the total gross floor area of the primary residence. And where an ADU conversion is proposed, that's another provision, in which case a new dwelling will be built, and what is the existing dwelling will revert to be an ADU. That shall not be 60% greater in terms of its floor space area than the original dwelling. Okay. So the final provision for ADUs is that they should be located in the rear or side yard of the primary dwelling, in the residential first and second density zones. That's the hamlets. In the rural areas, there's more flexibility around where these ADUs could be provided, subject to kind of setbacks and buffering and landscaping. So as you've likely gathered by now, the definition further distinguished into attached ADUs and detached ADUs. And on the screen, you can see the proposed definition for an attached ADU. So let's read this. It's a self-contained dwelling unit with separate kitchen, bathroom facilities within a single detached or semi-detached dwelling of the same lot as constructed, renovated, or altered and considered attached. Easy. So next we have additional dwelling units, detached. And on screen you can see the proposed definition for this. It's required to be positioned within the rear yard or side yard of the same lot that accommodates the primary single detached dwelling unit. Also, as mentioned, there could be some exceptions to the proposed positioning of that within the rural lot. Please do speak to us about that. So, as mentioned, there is potential to convert. So if you have a property, you want to build another potentially larger property on the property to maybe you've got a multi-generational family, household, something like that, we're going to allow for this. So the next definition, let's say, is additional dwelling unit conversion. And the intent behind this is to provide a way for families to grow and invest into their property over time. The proposed new single-family dwelling should not exceed 2,000 square feet or be more than 60% larger than the original dwelling. And let's be clear on this as well, that 60% is considerably larger than what the average is across the province. We've done a lot of research on this over the last couple of years, and the average is about 45%. So we're looking to exceed that. And the key again is that these detached ADUs cannot be severed from the main property. So it retains in the same legal ownership. Next, we have secondary dwellings. So the proposed amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw originally proposed to delete this, but this was based upon the township's understanding that some of the local lakes are increasingly subject to declining water quality and lake health, and it's something that we've seen evident through the increase in algae blooms in the last few years, meaning that these lakes are increasingly vulnerable to additional development. So the original proposal to remove this from the RLS was based upon professional opinions that were given to us by the North Bay Natural Conservation Authority, which we are required to abide by as applicable law. The township is also aware of other studies and professional opinions dating back over 2 decades, which have indicated that declining lake health is a problem that needs to be addressed. Okay. So it was also decided that the secondary dwelling unit provision may remain in place for the residential limited services zone for the time being. This is until we can do some updated studies. There were some conversations at the back of the Planning Advisory Committee, which is appointed to kind of advise and guide on these matters. And it was felt that until we were clearer on that position, that we should stick with that as the way forward. So there's no change within the RLS to anybody that might consider asking that question. There's no change first. However, recognizing the uncertainty, we are committed to doing these further studies at some stage. And in the meantime, any applications for secondary dwelling units within the RLS zone will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So we'll consult with the Conservation Authority anyway, as we're always obliged to do on every single application. And we'll see what is the response, and we'll try and get the best outcome. Okay, so the next one is hunt camps. Had that on the screen a bit earlier there, but hunt camps are not currently permitted anywhere in the township of Bonnfield. But if this bylaw is passed, they will now be permitted in select locations. They are seasonal structures. They're not permitted for year-round occupancy. And if the bylaws pass, they shall not exceed a maximum gross floor area of 800 square feet or 74.36 square meters. They would only be permitted in the rural zone, and applicants would need to have at least 10 hectares or 25 acres under their ownership to construct a hunt camp. On this point, it's important to note that some robust discussions have again happened at the planning advisory committee level and on council. Initially, it was proposed that it would be just 1 hectare for a hunt camp. One of the members of council did raise concerns around that. And so no other councillors contradicting that, let's say, it was agreed that we should move forward to consultation on the basis of 10 hectares, which is where we're at today. But in this context, it's important to note that Chisholm Township only permits hunt camps in lots that are a minimum of 20 hectares in size. So what we're proposing is already half of what that size is. So half of what Chisholm has. And the size currently proposed in Bondfield. So the maximum size of a hunt camp building in Chisholm is also less than that proposed in Bondfield, being just 600 square feet. We're proposing 800. There's obviously some concerns around amenity considerations. So land compatibility, if somebody owns a property next door, do you want a hunt camp right on your doorstep on a 1 hectare lot? There's potential for noise, traffic generation, complaints. People are not happy in that circumstance, frankly. So that's something that we need to take on board as we look to develop this policy. And whatever the final outcome is regarding the size of these hunt camps, it's key to note is they must comply with the Ontario Building Code, as all structures should, and must be obtained from the chief building official prior to the construction of a hunt camp or wood stove, decks, or plumbing. Next, we have shipping containers. These are not currently permitted anywhere within the township beyond the small shipping containers that we see. They're typical 8 by 20 feet ones, which are 15 square meters, and they do benefit from permitted development rights. But recognizing these have been more frequently used in the township, it was important to councillors and staff that we develop a policy around this. Again, it's been subject to lots of consultation these past few years. So now, shipping containers will be permitted in the township, not just permitted ones, but other ones. So long as if you're attaching them or if they're not being used for anything that's other than just personal storage, or they're greater than 161.5 square feet, then they will require a building permit. So again, you can reach out to us anytime and we can answer that and help you in terms of the placement of it, all the rest. So it's important to reaffirm that shipping container in itself is not considered a permitted use and cannot therefore be placed on a property except where it's accessory to an existing or proposed primary building. So you need to have a house or something on there to have an accessory shipping container. In all cases, the shipping container shall comply with the Ontario Building Code and all applicable laws. In addition, the amendment to the zoning bylaw proposes restrictions on the height and placement of shipping containers, so to prevent stacking, and this limit is 5 meters. It also directs that these not be placed within 2 meters of the main building in all zones. Again, so the provisions on shipping containers continue by stating these shall not be permitted within shore road allowance or any area where Section 28 permit is required by the North Bay Material Conservation Authority. We don't want the shipping containers floating off into the lake. And it also proposes a minimum landscape buffer of 30 meters around the perimeter of the property to ensure satisfactory screening of the shipping container, unless some kind of design solution can be brought forward. Siding, fences, landscape buffer, you name it. So these should be rust protected, markings should be removed. Nobody wants to see big giant container lettering all over it. And they should be painted a neutral color, not used for marketing or advertising purposes. The following slides also apply to all applicable zones. The first provision applies to access to properties. These confirmed access shall be provided by the existing point of access to the primary dwelling. A new secondary access is permitted, which would be served by a municipal road, and it should not have an adverse impact to the traffic flows and things like that. We have to make sure it's in black corners, etc. And where a provincial highway is concerned, that's where the access would be. Permission would be required from the MTO, as it would for any access off a provincial highway. And of course, it's the municipal level. Alex, clear up, Public Works Township can assist you in terms of any permits there. So now on parking matters. Section 3.45.9.7 confirms each proposed ADU shall have one designated parking space, which can include tandem parking spaces, so particularly in the hamlets where it's a little bit more compact, that might be the solution. Next we have building requirements. Maybe I better deal with this first. So apparently it's a black Ford F250, F-150. Registration is that? So it's BV72525. Apparently it's blocking somebody else in. So if you don't mind moving it, we can. Let's see everybody moving. Okay, black Ford F-150. Okay, so now to the building design standards. This confirms that a maximum of one attached ADU shall be permitted in that detached dwelling, as long as it does not alter the character of the street scene, and again, cannot be severed legally. It's not a standalone unit. The entrance should be located at the ground level, unless building code or fire code dictates otherwise, and a designated parking spot should be provided. Note the detached ADUs, that unit shall be provided in the same lot as the primary structure, so under the same ownership. This bit refers to kind of the servicing arrangements, so you need to obtain an on-site sewage system permit from the North Bay Matter Conservation Authority, or a file review certificate to confirm that where an ADU is proposed, it will tie into the existing septic and that there is capacity to achieve that goal. Nobody wants them backing up. And this will ensure that the existing system has the capacity to accommodate those additional loads. In all cases, the on-site sewage system proposed in association with the ADU is required to meet the minimum clearance distances as required in section 8.2 of the Ontario Building Code. Okay, so in terms of planning policies related to the creation of new lots, important to notice that where a lot is less than 0.6 hectares or has less than 60 meters of frontage, a hydrogeological assessment may be required in order to allow that to take place, as it would for the creation of new lots. So that's not a policy change, it's just applying what already exists. Other provisions require access to a designated laundry facility, whether standalone or shared. There were some questions raised about this, which we'll likely hear about tonight, but it's a requirement of the Ontario Building Code. We have no authority on that matter. It needs to have laundry services. And also that the ADUs shall not adversely impact the amenity, character, or functional and permitted use of adjoining properties. So section 3.45.9.17 relates to occupancy and confirms that the occupancy of these ADUs can be anybody. It doesn't have to be a family member, it doesn't have to be somebody on social assistance. Any person is entitled to rent or occupy with these units. And finally, for the rules and regulations to be observed, proponents of any proposed primary ADU conversions, that's the flip that we said, if you want to build a bigger home on property where you've already got one, are required to sign a written agreement with the township confirming the existing principal dwelling will become a detached ADU. So I'm going to wrap up. Here you can see how the expansion of these new permitted uses under the proposed changes are applied. In the residential first density zone, and the residential second density zone, which is the hamlets, existing provisions for secondary dwellings and garden suites will be removed. However, up to 2 ADUs shall be permitted in appropriate locations and circumstances, to a net gain in the amount of housing that you can provide. This includes 1 attached ADU and 1 detached ADU. And in the residential limited services zone, existing provisions for secondary dwellings shall be maintained as is. However, garden suites, which we are not aware of any in the township, will be removed. Other permitted uses to be retained within the residential limited services zone include a cottage if you have one, or a single detached dwelling. You can still have a guest cabin or a bunkie, as you might know it, and but that should be for seasonal use only and will not have its own servicing arrangements. And in the rural zone, existing provisions for secondary dwellings will be removed, as they are for all zones, except the RLS. And garden suites were never a permitted use in the rural zone anyway, so that doesn't apply. So instead, in the rural zones, up to 2 ADUs can be provided, 1 attached, 1 detached, and that's it. So with that, I'll pass it back to Nikki.
There is.
So we shared a great deal of technical information. So to summarize, bylaws 2025-9 and 10 are amending other bylaws that currently prohibit the use of trailers on vacant land. The intent of these is to now permit the use of trailers on vacant land. There are regulations required in order to use the trailer, but we'll present that later tonight. Without these amendments, the rules would stay the same and nobody can use a trailer in the township. So these trailer bylaws address, yes, you want to use, yes, we will use them. They're allowed to be used in the rural zone and what the setbacks are. So those are the only 3 amendments open for discussion on the comments. Bylaw 2025-11 is 1, making it a requirement that for vacant land, you must take out an accessory structure building permit at the same time as the primary dwelling permit. You will have significant time to build the house, but vacant land cannot be issued an accessory structure permit since there is nothing for it to be accessory to. It's a timing change. Number 2 is the use of shipping containers will be permitted. Yes, they have to be set back from the road as any accessory structure currently does, and they have to remain attractive. We have heard that the community wants more community pride, and ensuring that your yard is neat will achieve this. Smaller units used as storage only, under 161.5 square feet, do not need a permit. However, a container over that is considered a building under the Ontario Building Code Act and does require a permit. Any container that is modified from its manufactured state in the use of the container must have a permit if it's not for storage. Those are provincial rules and in place to keep everyone safe. So those are the existing ones. Number 3 is we have removed garden suites as is an outdated term, and ADUs will replace the concepts. Garden suites regulated through the Planning Act are for a period of 20 years. There must be an agreement, and typically there is a very large deposit required to ensure that it is removed. The township does not know of any such suites in Vaughanfield, and ADUs are far less restrictive, and they do not require deposits. Number 4, secondary dwellings in most zones are also being replaced with the new ADU concepts. The caveat here is the residential limited services zone, which is typically the waterfront. We have evidence, including in our 2012 official plan, that the lakes are at or near capacity for development. Properties are or were calculated as single-family dwellings for cottages when the studies were conducted over the last 20 years. New studies are required before more than 1 dwelling can be constructed on the property. Council left the bylaw as is for the RLS zone, allowing the secondary dwelling, which means that 1 wall of a secondary has to be connected to the primary dwelling, and that's only for the RLS, and it's so it's not a rule that's changing. Additional dwelling units would now be permitted. The township has had several requests from family members saying they want to build on a section of their property to allow a parent or a child to stay, but they want to give them privacy and independence. In 2024, the province amended the Planning Act to allow this. In fact, they mandated it for larger centers, but not for rural communities. If you were on a municipal water and sewer system, it was mandated 3 as a right, but not for Bonfield. Council recognizes that the need exists here and are creating the rules that give residents the tools and opportunities they requested. So now to the meeting, back over to Mayor Paquette. But before I do, I just want to clarify that and when we come into the public comments, the comment or the 3 issues on the trailer bylaw and any of the issues into 2025-11 that Simon spoke to, we do have written comments and we have some submitted comments where they will speak to those, and then we will open it up to the floor for questions after that. If there are any questions about the trailer regulations, that is opened later after the presentation on trailers and short-term rentals, and those had to be submitted by yesterday at noon. And then we'll address them. So I will pass this back over to Mayor Paquette.
Has a person or public body made a written submission to the township of Bonfield?
Yes. Okay, right, so these are the ones for the 2025-11 bylaw, which I just spoke to. So this one is from Natalie Burton. So with respect to public input regarding shipping containers, I have no problem with a well-maintained shipping container on personal property, especially if it's well placed on the property, with consideration for neighbors, proper setbacks, etc. They're solid, secure, and great for storage. We'd rather have that than a beautiful lot that ends up looking like a dump from property owners' lack of storage options. Besides, Bonfield was built specifically because of the railway, so there's a cultural aspect to it that cannot be denied. In fact, it seems like a great opportunity for Bonfield to celebrate the railroad by using the sea cans as a symbol of its growth. It just takes a little creativity and thinking outside the box to make it work. Next comment is from Diana Joica. Although I can appreciate that the bylaws have to be written with a certain amount of legalese, I found some of this to be difficult and confusing to read. So apologies in advance if my questions or comments have been addressed in the documents already. I will not be making a presentation at the March 18th, 25 meeting. Here are my questions and comments for your consideration. Bylaw 2024-42.3. What does it mean to have a valid license through the township of Bonfield for recreational vehicles or trailers? And how is the fee schedule determined? How will the township deal with the property owners who are currently in non-compliance with new and in some cases existing bylaws as it pertains to the placement, number and use of trailers and other secondary living units? Will these be grandfathered? Have property taxes been adjusted to account for these spaces? And how was the 120-day usage of these units arrived at? I think it is outside the scope of the township to mandate that additional dwelling units must include laundry facilities. In terms of parking spaces, if the intention is to provide easy access for emergency vehicles and to prohibit street parking, perhaps the bylaw should simply state those requirements and let the homeowner determine how to meet the requirements on their property. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the process. Respectfully, Ms. Dean Draker. The next one is from just to say, in terms of response to that, we will be providing a response in the next section, right? This one's from Pat Kelly. To Bonfield Township Mayor and councillors, I would like some questions answered. I was wondering who decided not to have trailers on lakefront property. I didn't see any discussion on any council meeting or corporate service meeting, planning department to allow trailers on waterfront property. Then refers to a survey, some statistics where they say, yes, by 180 people and no by 23 people. I only saw one corporate service meeting where Jason Corbett said there would not be trailers on lakefront property at the beginning of the meeting. I also noted that trailer parks on both Lake Tawang and Lake Nosbonsing in multiple townships have trailers at lakefront as prime locations. Why are individual landowners not allowed the same privilege? Why is Bonville Township acting like it is a homeowners association regulating everything? This is a rural community. There is no sewer or water treatment plants, no garbage pickup, and one of the highest tax rates with no service and care. Round of applause, me. Okay, to Jason and for answer.
Sure. So in reply to Pat Kelly's, questions, thank you. So not having trailers on the waterfront, there are, or in the RLS zone. So there are several subdivision agreements, which we spoke about before, and they explicitly prohibit trailers to be used on those lots. So we carried that forward into this bylaw. There are no trailers to protect our lakes. There are trailers. We have had a number of concerns on where the septic and how is that managed. And then that will obviously not protect our lakes. We've heard through the strategic plan, through our surveys, that everybody wants our lakes to be protected. This is one way that we can do that. Trailers are not currently allowed anywhere, so we're opening it into the rule, as we explained, that we have to start somewhere. Let's start where we know it will be safer. And on the lake, on the RLS, we want that land to be available for the prime developments for cottages and homes.
Taxes, yeah. Small road taxes.
Taxes.
We're not talking about, for yet.
Turning in favor, on your zoning, have you?
So we actually have a few people who submitted in a question, and we're gonna get to them first, and then we'll open it up for the floor for questions. Okay?
There, he can answer very quickly.
Yeah, we'll get to all the answers.
Any person that is attending the public meeting shall be afforded an opportunity to make an oral representation in respect of the zoning bylaw proposal. Does any person attending wish to make an oral presentation for zoning bylaw amendments? We have 9 people that will be making a presentation. Speakers shall be entitled to address the council, focusing on the topic of discussion. There are several participants, and we ask that you keep your comments to council on target so that we can hear everybody's concern. All speakers must identify themselves to the recording secretary by name, address, and contact telephone number. There shall be no comments or outcry made during the individual's address. Should you not conduct yourself in an orderly fashion, you may be asked to leave. The committee may or may not be able to answer your questions or concerns at this time, but we shall do our best to ensure that any unanswered questions will be followed up. And I have a list of 9 names to speak, and I'll call them out according to the way their name was in the order they were submitted. And I'd just like to say, for people standing up there, there's 6 or 7 chairs if you'd like to come and sit here at the front.
Microphone, so we can hear them, because right now we can't hear them when they ask their question. Not everybody can hear them. They go to the microphone.
Yeah, support with my.
I'll probably ask you to come up here and speak at the mic so that people can hear you. And first we have Trevor Cottle.
Problem? Okay, seeing none.
Kathy Gray, 3 setbacks.
Okay, you're happy?
Okay, so my question, which I was on livestock trailers. Okay, was on livestock trailers. So some livestock trailers have amenities and then some don't. So are they included in this fee or not included in this licensing fee? And then the other part of it is that this thing literally says, no, on any lands, no trailer can be stored or maintained for more than 120 days. My livestock trailer is on my property 365 days a year unless I need it to transfer a personal. Am I going to agree to pay this township or any other township parking fee on my own property? So I am 100% not paying this. So I mean, this is just not ours.
Yeah, that's your question.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Are
thanks
they
for the question.
included or not? They not included?
Yeah, so, trailers, so this bylaw only deals with trailers on vacant property. Trailers on a property that already has a residence, so if you have a travel trailer that you park in the property, you have family that comes over, that stays with you for part of the summer, they use your travel trailer, absolutely permitted, nothing is changing about that, that you are allowed. For sure, we can ensure that it's clear, because the intention,
This makes it seem like I can have my horse trailer or my camper trailer, which I don't have anymore, but. Sorry, I was just having a chat. I'm asking them to change the wording of this bylaw as far as how it reads right now. It seems like you can only have your livestock trailer or your camper trailer stored or maintained is what it says for 120 days on any property.
Yeah.
So that is just not specific enough, too vague, and leaves way too much room for this council to arbitrarily charge people not happening.
great feedback, you know, that's great feedback, obviously, if there's ambiguity in the bylaw, we want to make sure that there's no ambiguity. It is, the only intention is to deal with trailers on vacant properties, so.
Doug Davidson.
Doug Davidson. Good, do we have this question? You can't remember what this question is. Maybe we answered them already. Yeah, he's right there. You got it written there, I can. Yeah, sure.
I guess my question was, I think you're trying to deal with some of these issues. But every day I drive home and, to my left, as I drive down my road, huge field. Road. And trailers, cabins. That are used all the time. As far as I know, there's not a very residence on the beach. As far as I know, that's based on data. And several people road all year round. They use the road. They use the plowed road in the winter. They use the grading of the road to get to their houses and campers and cottages with, I don't know, around building codes, all those things. So I have a little bit of concerns. I voiced those concerns over 2 years ago and nothing happened. I was told that there was a bylaw from this township that dealt with that and that the matter would be being dealt with. In the meantime, I believe there's at least 2 other trailer parks now in our township that are unlicensed, unregulated. A great deal of units that are currently considered rental units in the township that are within the primary residences are in other buildings, are rented without laundry services being supplied. If it is the objective to make it easier to create new housing units as per provincial guidelines, this does not make it easier. Current septic systems in primary residence may be able to handle a bathroom in addition to primary resident current use. The Mattawa Conservation Authority would in all likelihood upon inspection establish substantial septic upgrades if laundry is included. This factor alone will not encourage current homeowners in this township to want to create more affordable housing, which is the goal of these.
Next up, you raised some important concerns about how many trailers we're seeing on vacant pieces of property. As I think we've said many a time tonight, there are no trailers permitted on vacant property currently within the municipality. Is it happening? Absolutely. So this bylaw that's before us tonight, also want to take a pause, take a look at what was currently in place. We're actually going to open up the opportunity for trailers to be permitted, 1 per lot in rural zones, but in rustic areas, so on lakefront properties or in the hamlets, trailers are not permitted. They will be enforced that trailers are not to be permitted on lakefront or in the hamlets. I will turn it over to Mike, who will speak to the building official, he'll speak to the idea of the laundries.
Good evening. So we got a lot of questions about laundry facilities in the building. So it's regulated under the Ontario Building Code. So perhaps the building you speak of was constructed prior to the code being implemented, whatever. So the building code says laundry facilities or space for laundry shall be provided in every dwelling unit. It doesn't necessarily have to be in that unit if it's a secondary dwelling attached. As long as it's in the building, it can be a shared laundry facility. But when it becomes a shared laundry facility, it becomes complicated, then that room has to be fire separated from both units.
So I can't build, a unit back to the house and allow them to use my laundry.
Yes, yes, you can, but now that laundry room must be also fire separated. Because it's a shared laundry facility. Same thing if you had a shared entrance. Okay, but there's also the ceiling and the floor, right? So there's a possibility for it indeed. If you build an ADU that's separated from the main building, that ADU must have laundry facilities. And with today's stackable washer and dryer, they put them in closets now.
Yeah, it's not the washer and the dryer, it's the upgrading the septic system.
Yes, you might be adding fixture units, but the building code, I can't tell you, don't worry about it. It's a regulation under the code, and I have to enforce the code. There's even another part in the code that says you have to provide electrical facility or gas or propane to accommodate it.
So if their grants available to the homeowner to that, so they can upgrade their septic system.
So just so everybody knows, I heard about the DSAP program, and there's 2 people in this community that I talked to they can get up to 50 grand for a secondary dwelling, and they both got it. They're both getting $50,000 free. Right? So. It's good. The federal government also has a program for very super low interest rates for if you want to create additional dwelling units, right? So. So I'm just saying the federal government has a program for super low interest rates if you want to create additional dwelling units. And there's two people in this community that I spoke to, and they're getting $50,000 each for having created additional dwelling units. So there's a possibility of two recipients, and they both got it, so.
Okay, your worship, who's up next?
Jessica Chris Shepherd, additional dwelling units and shipping containers.
Come on down.
This is great.
I'm speaking for my father, because he's a broker. So you can't talk very much. Right, so regarding the RV bylaw, we find the amendments very ambiguous. At one point, they were allowed in the bylaw, the 2012-49, on your property if it is not a vacant lot.
Subsection 3.22.
It says, yeah, so 3.22 of the bylaw, which I'm confused why you're saying you're not allowed, it says, no recreational vehicle shall be used within the municipality for a period of more than 90 days in any 10 consecutive months for living, sleeping, and accommodation. So it was allowed, by the way I'm reading it, as long as it wasn't more than 90 days and 10 months. Yeah, not within that. And then 25-9, the section says requires a license just like the RV use on vacant land. Question, what is the purpose of the amendments? Is it to provide an income to the township through the annual fee? Or is it a concern for our environment requiring septic hookup or sewage pumping? Or is it something else? When most citizens are requesting okay. Yeah, so let's start with those questions. Or do you want to read them?
You want us to answer that? And you come back?
I think that'd be more efficient. Sure. So in your questions, you have questions about additional dwelling units and storage containers as well as the trailers. So the trailers are after the presentation for trailers. So we'll address those questions after, but if you can move on to the additional dwelling units and the containers. Okay, additional dwelling units have been in this township for many years. I think we've covered Granny Suite, all the jargon. They are not used for full-time occupation, nor are they typically for seasons. Some have all amenities such as running water and full kitchenettes and bathrooms, and some are used to sleep additional company only. Since these ADUs already exist, will this bylaw amendment require them to obtain a building permit and or be removed? Question. And some of these units were built over 100 years ago. Why would this township not grandfather these units into this bylaw? So you've, the one is, since the ADUs already exist, then why would we remove them? So ADUs have not been permitted. What is permitted are secondary dwellings, garden suites, and in the RLS, they're also allowed to have a guest cabin. A guest cabin which is used for providing sleeping accommodations, but no sanitary or kitchen facilities. So if there are facilities like that, they're not allowed.
They were there. Building was there.
But they are not allowed under permits, so they were probably built without permits, they were probably built without permissions. So they can't be grandfathered in because they're not legal.
They've been there for 100 years. Yeah.
Wait, well, they never, if they don't have a permit and they're not a permitted use, I said earlier that zoning bylaws are an exclusive governing body, a bylaw. So in those bylaws, unless it explicitly states it's allowed, it is not allowed. So what was explicitly allowed was secondary dwellings, garden suites, and the RLS zone had guest cabins, and they were defined, so they're very defined. Bucky's is not defined in our zoning bylaw. Yes, they exist. We know this. As long as they don't have sanitary or kitchen, then they will fall under. We know that they exist in there. Absolutely.
They do exist.
They,
They do exist. They
so in RLS zone, you are allowed to have a guest cabin, so they will fall under a guest cabin. So everybody calls them monkeys, but that is something, like, under the zoning is technically a guest cabin.
They were there.
So the RLS zone refers to, okay, so what if you're in the rural zone?
So the rural zone allowed secondary dwellings and garden suites. So we don't know of any garden suites, we have not found any agreements. So if there are secondary dwellings, a secondary dwelling is attached to your house. So one wall has to be attached from the secondary to the primary house. So if there were secondary dwellings on your property, then they do not meet zoning. So on a case by case, if that does happen to anyone, you can certainly come into the office, talk to Simon, and our planning department can help so that we can do it legal non-conforming status if it applies.
With no permit, no, it exists.
I can't, it's case by case and I can't promise anything. I would have to look at the property itself.
Permits, no additional cost, dwelling unit there, it should be approved.
Does it have 2 dwellings on your property?
Yes.
If a dwelling was purchased or was built without a permit, without any,
Built before I got there.
yeah, so we would have to look at that case by case. So you know, there would be a process in order to do that, but we can certainly look at doing that for you.
And just to address that one thing, I'm an environmental engineer and I deal with police regulation all the time, and the absence of regulation saying that it's not permitted or that something is permitted is not that it's not permitted. If it doesn't state that it's not permitted, then there's nothing to say. Sea containers. Storage buildings are a great way of cleaning your yard and safely securing your tools, equipment, and materials. They look good and can be extremely handy to the property owner. My first question would be, why does this council need a bylaw to regulate sea containers / storage buildings? So that's question 1. Since sea containers are the most basic and secure temporary storage that is very easily moved for both the homeowner and the township, why would the township promote the use of sea containers by not regulating them other than meeting setbacks and accessibility?
Thank you. What a great opportunity again to clarify the position. Currently, shipping containers are not permitted over a certain size. We're moving forward with permitting them, so we agree with you. It's a great storage solution. It's safe, it's secure. If it's under, Mike, how many square feet?
161.4, so it's
161.4 square feet. There's no permit required. Anything over that, yes, a permit's required, but that's in the building.
they
That's not
already
us.
exist. People have sea cans on their property, it's been there for
Yes.
years.
Sir, I guess the only thing I can draw back to is what I've said. We are being asked to enforce bylaws equitably and equally across the community by many people. So if you have done something or if somebody is doing something illegal, it's hard for us, it's impossible for us to say that it's legal non-conforming. In order for it to be legal non-conforming, it would have to be legal. So it puts us in a position of wanting to make sure that we are already changing the bylaw for trailers. So if, for the shipping containers, so if a shipping container is on your property, my guess is Mike's not gonna be coming to your property to ask you to remove or move your your shipping container before this bylaw is passed. When we go through a lot of things are permitted with, as you saw, the proper setbacks, and we want to make sure that they look good for our community. We've heard lots of feedback about that. So whether they be painted or whether if it's too close to the road, that it's, you know, covered with tree line or fencing or siding. So there's opportunities to have sea cans. They're open to sea cans, so.
Well, I got 200 acres and I got a sea can in the bush. Nobody sees it. Why would it be a problem for this township?
It's not a problem for this guy. Hey, right, we're on the same page, that's fantastic.
Not a big problem with the township.
Correct, it's not, if we pass this bylaw, we're allowing shipping containers on properties.
So my point is not giving me a can in the bush is allowed.
Well, you need a building permit.
Well, you need a permit,
Why? I'm not building a container.
because that's the Ontario Building Code, sir, that's not the township of Bonfield rule.
I don't build for it.
Well,
Put on the ground.
Yeah, you might have to contact the province of Ontario.
Yeah, so you mentioned no shipping containers are allowed. And again, I read through the whole bylaw, current bylaw, and I didn't see any mention of sea containers. So I'm just curious where it says that.
Yeah. It's not currently.
So again, it's not specified, but you're saying they're not allowed.
Correct. So as the building official said, or somebody said, if somebody has a shipping container on the property that's under the requirements for a building permit, under the site, that is permitted. What we're now permitting is large, so that will continue, and we're permitting larger sea cans to be on people's properties. So we are very much. Well, we can't grandfather something that has never had a permit, when it needed a permit before.
Didn't need a permit for it.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, that's a province of Ontario, so. Thank you very much. Your worship, who's next? Who's next?
Wesley Rosicki.
Wesley? Okay, I believe there's no Wesley.
Carmen Jasmine.
Carmen, oh, yeah. Hi, Carmen.
Sure. Thanks.
Should I go give you my information first or talk and then go give you my information? Okay. Hi there, my name is Carmen Jasmine. I live right here. Okay, now?
Yeah.
Good, okay. I live on Trout Pond Road. The previous lady has covered some of my concerns. One of the things I wanted to speak about is the RVs and use of them. And again, that was cleared up. So it was very vague in the description. Now it's cleared up. So I know if you have a dwelling on your property, you can keep your RVs and. Okay. Also, I was questioning, I noticed some fees about RVs, but again, I think that was cleared up, that's concerning vacant land. Okay, that's how come it was so vague, I was questioning everything. And there was a mention about inspections on the RVs and trailers as you see fit. I found that a little rude in so many ways as to say you can show up anytime and inspect something on private property. And just as a background, I worked in the justice system for many years. And I know that the way that was worded, is not really legit.
What are you, have you read?
Then I've always stated how much I've been here for over 20 years. And I love this community. I love the peace and quiet, friendliness. But again, when it comes to the amount of taxes we do pay, we get very little services. I do understand the cost of maintaining. I know that's quite expensive. I was very glad to hear that you have equipment. And again, a lot of these fees I found when it came to, Airbnbs or whatever. I know many of my friends and colleagues that have these things and they've never had to pay fees. They pay more house insurance because they're renting their home to the public. But I don't think the township should take charge of dealing with stuff like this and charging fees when people own their property and they also pay more insurance to offer an Airbnb service.
Thanks, Brandon. A few different things to touch on, so I will call on a couple of different people if that's okay. Let me just go through, I don't want to miss anything, so. Matter of RVs, we've cleared up, do not understand on these for RVs on the property, yeah, it's cleared up. I know that you, let's see here, inspections on vehicles, on property as we see fit, so. Again, I'll just reiterate, I'll go back to the trailer bylaw. We will go back through, obviously, our intention is to make sure that it's clear, and if it obviously missed the mark, we will ensure that we clean that up before anything is final. I will ask Mike to perhaps come forward and speak about the inspections and the authorities that are granted to him as an inspector.
So I'm chief bill official and also the bylaw officer under the municipal. Under the Municipal Act and the Building Code Act and several other acts. I have access to your property, like whatever council decides is gonna be the bylaw. I have access to your property during a reasonable time of day, right? To enforce. Yes, I do.
So under legislation, we do have the right to, and especially if we're enforcing the bylaw. You have to understand, we do not go on property. We are not, these are not meant to be intrusive. So if you apply for a trailer bylaw, you are going to make a number of like statements in it. When you apply for a short-term rental, you're going to make a number of statements in that. Then our inspector will go to make sure that what you said is accurate and truthful. And that is all that those bylaws are intending to do. So there's even sections in there that say that, you know, he will arrange consent with the owners that you were there when he goes to do the inspection, or that you have somebody there, then he will go and look at this. They're not meant to be intrusive. You'll see in the trailer and the short-term rental presentation, that we specifically say that we're not looking for building code infractions. We're not looking to say that your house built 10 years ago doesn't meet the building code today, so you have to do a number of changes. That's not the intent. The intent is that your application says what is there, and that he can then sign his name to say, yes, I have checked and this is what it is. He issues the license. He needs to make sure that what he's issuing is correct. So it's the only, that's the only thing on the inspection.
I can witness this.
Talking about this one right
I
here?
will mention that. I didn't hear the full question, but is it about inspections for a trailer or a short-term rental?
All occupancy inspection.
My smoke detector is on board. Cause that red tag's not even on, my smoke detector. I gotta take that off, who's been ready?
We'll look into that. Thanks. I don't know the details, I can't answer to that, I can't speak to it, I don't know the details, but I'm sure that I'll look into that. Okay, and who might be next?
Gina Langlois. ADU and handicaps.
Gina? Oh, there she is. Gina is also a member of our planning advisory committee, does a lot of great work on the municipality, so here you go, Gina, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Mentioned As mentioned, I'm an appointed member of the Planning Advisory Committee, and I started almost 2 years ago. And I've been a member of the community for over 35 years. So, my comments, I made a lot of input for Planning Advisory Committee and into a lot of discussions, and usually I'm known as one of the ones who's kind of the devil advocate to take in the opinions of everyone and try to remain unbiased. So I find bylaws in general are very restrictive, and often the most restrictive bylaw contents are used from other municipalities in our municipality. And also I feel that council seems not to have the time to fully review and understand the full impact of such recommendations. I had suggested to some council members that they should suggest to the CAO that the number of documents prepared for a council meeting so that proper time could be committed to council members and to the public in order to have time to view and prepare for a question or prepare for the meeting. I think like this full agenda for town hall is an example of a lot. We've been meeting. A very good example is extensive list of building fee increases that was presented to council. It's kind of hard to believe that you would think that a 900 square foot dwelling should be the same fee and cost as a 2,400 square foot dwelling. The cost of $4,000. So it doesn't seem fair to the person building a 900 square foot dwelling. Also, the fee was $5K originally and put to $4K after complaint. And thanks to 2 members in the community, came out to a council meeting and at least able got that addressed. So it's important for all of us to go to council meetings and address concerns. And minimum fee for barn decreased from $10,000. So it appeared no consideration was taken for affordable housing or promoting builders to come to our township to develop or build with the fee schedule. Will this fee schedule be relooked at for building permit fees and building fees for ADUs? And unfortunate, a member of our community did go out and go to other communities and did a lot of data research and was found that our permit fees were higher. So another thing is, why is it that RLS zone with the highest tax base and these services always seems to be targeted?
Yeah.
No wind gas, no trailers, no ADU. We're all for the environment. We live on the lake, we're
like to all be responsible people, the majority, I would say that we are. And, it's our lake. It's our area, it's where we play, swim. So why are we treated differently like anyone else in other zones? And what really is the issue? Is it seen as another barrier? And it seems municipalities not given its support. Although secondary dwellings, guest cabin, garden suites have been allowed since 2015. It is being except for garden suites. However, we don't know what the new OP will bring, official plan. Are we gonna be back here not fighting, but discussing, RLS zones being allowed to do that? Waterfront property is expensive and it's an aging population, so if it was your intent to be looked after by others to be able to stay in your home, because your home is on waterfront, you may not be able to stay in your home. And your aging plan may have relied on a second dwelling or a garden suite. Well, folks, in an RLS zone, that may not happen. As in CAO and planning administration recommendation to council, it states, despite this concession, it is consensus in planning that ADUs are not permitted along waterfront properties in Northern Ontario. Staff continues to support the proposed amendment for detached ADUs in the RLS zone. It will be interesting to see what does transpire for the secondary dwellings, especially as there was a lot of discussion even in the new OP to even have a sleep cabin. So it still has to be discussed. We will only have it in the 2013, but what will happen with the new official plan comes out. I know there's a lot of talk about the water capacity in North Bay Manawak Conservation Authority, but I thought that as long as North Bay Conservation Authority or any other authority has no problem with us having an additional dwelling or a trailer, why should we not? And I don't understand the exchange of PAC's recommendation of 1 hectare or a hunt count to 10-25 hectares. Not only do people leave their lands to hunt on crown land, many are given permission to hunt on private lands. This was done with one person's comment to municipal staff, according to the recommendation of staff to council. How did that happen after it was not the recommendation of PAC to council? At this time, am I allowed to speak to trailers? Okay. As I mentioned in many PAC meetings, we require more discussions and to find solutions so that we don't have so many constraints. Like I mentioned, I always try to keep an unbiased opinion and in PAC as well. Everyone is under challenging times and these constraints can add to everyday stresses. Although some people would like to see $1 million homes, housing sales data does not show that it is the market for Bonneville. More people are into homesteading, rural living, and a simpler life and enjoying what our area provides in recreational and rural living. Thank you. Thanks.
I don't talk this right.
Okay.
There's a lot in here, so you should say just in case I don't think there's something in here. First, thank you for your contributions to the planning advisory committee. She is correct, and she does a very good job of making sure that all of those bylaws and all of the points when we're crafting them are well thought out. Very sorry, yes. I also think, I think. I'm trying to get to the news there. So, why is it that the RLS zone, does not have hunt camps, no trailers, and no EDUs? So as we discussed earlier, that we did hear through our surveys that our lakes, rivers, and forests are important to everyone. We do have an email, as you know, from the North Bay Manawar Conservation Authority, the planner, the person who has the authority. Whenever there's a planning application that the municipality looks at, we are mandated to send it to the Conservation Authority. They provide a planning opinion on that, and that's what we have to take as the authority. So we have to abide by it. The email that we have is that ADUs should not be permitted in the RLS zones because they are not factored into the capacity. So Lake Talent is at capacity, and we can't sever any more lots off of that. So it's at capacity. We need to do more studies, and until those studies are done, we cannot have additional dwellings on those properties. So we hope is that, you know, at PAC and at the council, we did discuss that once the North Bay Manawar Conservation Authority has the resources and the staff in place, that we will be looking and pushing for them to do those studies. We're also looking at hiring or working with other universities to see if we might be able to be doing programs under the environmental so that they can also help us get those studies done faster. But until those studies are done, we are very limited on what we are allowed to do.
I thought at the meeting, I thought it was from one employee at North Bay Manawar Conservation Authority. And then I thought that North Bay Manawar Conservation Authority was not ready to commit to that, to what that one employee said.
We have an email. That employee was the person who had the authority to give us the information. I do not have something in writing from the North Bay Manawar Conservation Authority to withdraw those comments. We've asked, you'll know that we asked that member from the North Bay Manawar Conservation to come to the Planning Advisory Committee so that he could explain it to us, and he was not allowed to come. So they are going through a restructuring right now, and as soon as they have that done, we can certainly relook at doing those things. But at this time, we have to go by what they told us to do.
But we
Yeah.
could, since he's left, someone could, let's say, if someone wanted a secondary dwelling tomorrow, they could go to North Bay Manawar.
Yeah, so she's saying that if somebody wanted a secondary dwelling in the RLS, they could go to North Bay Manawar Conservation. And yes, that is what we talked about earlier, where we said that we did not change the rules in the RLS. So the RLS is allowed to have a secondary dwelling. Again, the primary and secondary have to share a wall, but it cannot have a detached additional dwelling unit. So we left the secondary dwelling in the RLS because there is I can speak today. Once that is rectified and we have the answers, then we can move forward. But until we have that, we can't change what they've given us. So, and some of your other questions. And then we'll get to the trailers after. We've already explained the hunt camp. And we are still looking for opinions. So if you have an opinion on what the size of a hunting property should be, please make sure to contact council, contact the staff, and let us know what you feel that would be the most appropriate land.
Yes, why did one comment change it?
Right, so the planning advisory committee staff did not recommend a 2.5 acre property for a hunt camp. So at the planning advisory committee, staff did not recommend staff did not recommend that to the planning advisory committee. We feel that as staff, that is the same size as a building lot. We want our building lots to be used for homes, not for hunt camps. We did do a survey of all of the lands around Crown Land, and there are no properties in Crown Land that are 2.5 acres. So it's not, we don't want people to divide land to have 4 campgrounds on 100 acres. We'd rather have houses on those. And then if they go to hunt on Crown Land, then they can still, but they have to have a bigger lot. And it did get changed. Staff didn't support the recommendation of PAC. PAC's recommendation went forward, when a counselor asked about it, it was discovered that staff did not give that information to council. Council needs to hear both sides in order to make an informed decision, just like we're asking you to do tonight. Tell us what you think the size of that lot is. What should a hunting property be? So it's just to make an informed decision. We're open to ideas.
I'll just add, to Gina's point, yes, this is a long evening. There is a ton of information coming at you. This is the second town hall meeting that we've had in this council. I don't believe, previous councils have done town hall meetings like this, but we want to be open and have a conversation with the constituents. So here we are. I would also just say, we meet every 2 weeks as council. It's an open public meeting. You're all welcome to join. I'm not sure the town hall will hold this many people, but we would love to hear from you on any of the items that are important to you. As well, we all have business cards that have, mine has my cell phone number on it. It's available, it's in the front hall of the town hall. My cell phone number, I put out in social media. I encourage, as I know other councilors do, and the mayor, please reach out and have a conversation with us. We would be more than happy to have a conversation and answer any of your questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Move on.
She had one last question about ADUs that the building permits, and we've not addressed that yet. So that will come to council, within the next quarter. No, we can't do, and all of the user fees and the permit fees, we can't do until the bylaws are actually passed. So once they're passed, and we know what's in the bylaw, what are the provisions, that's when we can look at the rest of the implementation.
Lori Langbaugh.
Sure.
Can everyone hear me? Hello, your worship, councilors. In the last year and a half that I've been following the Township of Bonneville Council and CAO, I have found that matters are not being presented to our community members in an obvious and easily understandable way. Tonight, I am speaking to all the folks who are living in or own property in RLS zone. To simplify things, we consider that RLS zone mainly refers to waterfront property. So right now, if you have a waterfront property, you are allowed a secondary dwelling unit and a garden suite. It's been that way since 2013. If you have read and understood the proposed changes from the township website, you will see they are attempting to remove this right. In addition to this, they are developing a bylaw that allows homeowners to build additional dwelling units on their property, but they have excluded this in RLS zone. If they are truly allowing secondary dwelling units in RLS zone, it would be added to this bylaw, which it's not. The CAO may tell you, don't worry, we're leaving it in the secondary dwelling units in the current bylaw plan. But keep in mind that once the new plan and zoning bylaws, which we haven't seen the final draft of yet, once it's passed, it will take the place of the document. And they have made no guarantees that your rights will remain. If this passes, you will likely be losing your ability to have additional living quarters on your property. So if you want to put in a granny suite for your elderly parents, have a place for a caregiver when you're older, or somewhere for your children to reside, you will likely no longer be allowed. The CAO and planning clerk have also said in meetings that Mattawa Conservation has restricted this because the lake is at capacity, but this is false. If you read the official plan from the township for 2013, you'll see that this already speaks to the lakes being at capacity. It says that Mattawa Conservation Authority has to make sure that septic systems for new builds and renovations meet the standards and will not impact the lake. That's their job. Under the Conservation Authorities Act, it is the responsibility of the Conservation Authority, not municipalities, to regulate development in and or near rivers, streams, floodplains, and wetlands. They specifically say that if you're building, changing, increasing the size of the building or adding dwelling units, you may need a permit. They will come to your property, look at things like slope, drainage, building location, vegetation, existing septic, proposed septic site. They will determine whether or not you can go ahead with it because they are the experts. Keep in mind that Mattawa Conservation Review is required before the township of Bonfield can get involved and issue a building permit. That's right from their website. So if they find your septic is not good enough for a secondary dwelling unit, they will not give your project going. Why is the township assuming expertise in this matter? Why is the township imposing these heavy restrictions on community members in the RLS zone? I am here to implore council to prove they are allowing secondary dwelling units in RLS zone by including the zone in the additional dwelling units bylaw. I am respectfully requesting that you recognize that you are not the environmental experts here. Let them decide. Thank you for your time.
So as Laurie explained, yes, we left secondary dwellings in the RLS. We're not taking away any right that you currently have. It is still allowed in the RLS zone. It's still in the current zoning bylaw. In regard to the North Bay Bylaw Conservation Authority, as I said before, we do have an email, a document from them. When we asked for them to provide comments, we have to abide by what they say. And it's not just about the septic. North Bay Bylaw Conservation is also charged with looking after the natural heritage. And we actually pay the North Bay Bylaw Conservation Authority to help us with those guidelines. So those are what we use.
Questions are being answered.
Just to add to that, so all applicable laws, that's the term, right? So we're going to Ontario Building Code, I don't know if Mike wants to speak to that. But we are legally required to consult with and to abide by the advice of the North Bay Natural Conservation Authority. So it's not an arbitrary decision of ourselves. We're not claiming to be environmental experts, as some of us do have background in this. But we are, after consultation with the Planning Advisory Committee, putting that policy on pause. So you will still have your secondary dwelling suites that will be permitted, but it'll be on a case-by-case basis. So it's still involved the North Bay Natural Conservation Authority, as it would for any application anyway. Even if this bylaw was passed, they would still be required to come do an assessment of the property and guide you and tell you whether you could accommodate that unit or not. So nothing has changed.
Why bylaw?
I can't guarantee anything, and I don't say that to be suspicious in any way. We have to do these lake capacity studies. There's other people, yes, some people are proponents of more development in the waterfront. Other people write to us and say they're deeply concerned by the algae blooms and that they can't swim in those lakes anymore. So our duty as a council is to balance all these perspectives.
Cameron, Cameron. Okay, that was the last one. Are we opening it up for some questions? Yeah, any new questions on top of, hopefully we answered many of them, but happy to take some questions. I will just be cognizant of it's 9:30, we still have more to go, so if it's repeat questions, hopefully, we can limit those.
Hi, I just have one question, kind of regarding Doug's statements there. I drive past those same places and it's been several years and several complaints and no enforcement. I want to hear from council how they're going to guarantee enforcement of this stuff.
Thank you. Absolutely fair points. This has been something that we heard in the last election. We wanted to get this bylaw passed and we will be asking for enforcement. So our bylaw enforcement officer, Mike, will be charged with attending those properties with trailers illegally, working with the property owners to have those trailers removed, And that's the path forward for sure. So you will be seeing enforcement, in the coming months. Right. And we will say it's not happening overnight. I mean, obviously, you know, we provide notice, sometimes it's legal issues, sometimes they're, but I can promise you that we're gonna be actively working on this in this time.
Councillor Corbett, I'm sorry, I need the name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, you mind just name and address?
I just need your address.
Yeah, I got one back, thanks.
My name and address. Jesus Murphy, I've been here for 45, almost 50 years, but Andre, you know where I live. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm not going to take much time. I just have a few little talking points. I'm Karen Gagne. Myself and my husband have had Gagne's Red and White for over 45 years. I just want to say that hopefully it's going to open this year soon. We're really, really happy with that. And if it wasn't for all of you supporting us, we wouldn't be. But I can't say the same about the council, the current council. I'm very, very sorry, but it's been 17 months and not one of you, except for the mayor, have come up to us and said, geez, is there anything we can do? Or sorry for your lot, you know, sorry, you know, and not one. And we're a proud family. So, you know, yeah, that's one of collecting our lots. So that's not very nice, you know, in a small community. But I just want to say, I don't really have any questions, but I do want to just emphasize the atmosphere we're living in this world right at this moment. Number one, the pandemic. It's only been 5 years since we've got out of it. And to date, people are still feeling the mental effects of it. Trade war, we're in the middle of a trade war. We're right in the middle of it with our closest ally, the US of A. We're also dealing with threats on our sovereignty. Economic upheaval, we are feeling the effects of a global economic shift in our world. Inflation is up to 2.6% as of today. That means higher groceries, higher bills all around. So with all of this happening, and I was thinking of all this morning, it's certainly not the time for our local council and more unrealistic threats and demands coming from you people that we have voted for. And you're here to represent us, not threaten us with $25,000 first offense, $50,000 for the second offense. Exactly. Council should be assisting the taxpayers. I have heard that there is some assistance, which is wonderful to hear. This is what I'm here for, to hear, to see, and to participate. But guys, you have to understand this is a small community, and we're a proud community, and you have to assist us, not throw these threats at us, and just try to help us. We'll try to help you if you can try to help us, okay? But there is a petition. There is a petition that's going around tonight, and the petition doesn't say very good about what's happening. And I know that if there's enough signatures, some of these bylaws will not be passed. I know that. And so does most of the people in this hall. So please just consider everything I've said, okay? Thank you very much.
Just curious, as a community, do we get to vote on these bylaws? Because I'm a single mom and all the financials coming my way, I'm feeling extremely bullied on my own home.
So the best way to engage in this process is to be here tonight, to bring your comments forward for council here, to engage with your individual council members or mayor, share your comments. Democracy takes time. We've been working on this for 2 years. We want to engage with individuals, including yourself. I will give you my business card here for you. I will give you that. Happy to have any conversation with you about your thoughts, as I know my other fellow councilors and mayor will be also happy to have those conversations. Our goal is not to stifle or to infringe on your property. What we are trying to do is actually open up the ability for more things to happen on your property. So we're gonna allow shipping containers, not gonna allow, we're gonna allow trailers, not currently allowed. So right now the option is, you know, we change nothing and then the bylaws get enforced and you lose the trailers off your rural properties. Or the bylaws get enforced and you have to take shipping containers off of your property if they require a building code. We think that's unreasonable, so we're trying to open up. Council is open to the idea of wanting to allow you to do more on your property than you're currently able to do. Why it feels restrictive is because this municipality has turned a blind eye to applying rules equitably for far too long. So does it feel heavy-handed? Sure, but the reality is, it's the exact opposite. We're actually loosening what is currently in place. So.
Why do you say that when the building official turns around and says walk in their house at any given time, which is false, because under the PCA code, 1215, you can only enter on a vacant property, but that's a dictatorship, not a democracy. Yeah. Let's go with that, let's start there, like, you don't wanna let me talk now. There we go. Mike, can you answer that?
Sure, your statement is false.
Yeah, let's look it up. You want to look at the PCA. We're all here standing here witnesses. We're all here.
So your statement is false, and it's we have extreme power, it's a power that we don't normally.
Yeah, let's get power. And like, how's it called? You're allowed power to walk into your house.
No.
It's a code.
No.
I got the code.
Where-
It's section 1215.
We're a house. You want me,
Give me a code.
where a dwelling is occupied, I cannot enter the dwelling or remain in the dwelling.
Without permission. You said
Correct.
you can.
Correct.
You said you
Can you let him answer?
Inside the dwelling? No, I never said that. On the property, not in the dwelling.
Nobody said it.
Did I say I can come inside your dwelling?
Absolutely.
No. So during, building code access during a reasonable time of day, I can actually access any property to determine if there's an unsafe condition. Or if somebody's constructed without a building permit allowed to enter the property, not the building. So I cannot enter a building that's occupied unless I present my ID, I identify myself and I ask to enter. And I also have to say that you are allowed to refuse my entry and in no way is it an obstruction of the law. Inside a dwelling, I consider that, the code does, and I consider that myself sacred, and I will not enter your dwelling. Never. Not in the house. Not in an occupied house.
I'll verify it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we all heard him say property and no time did he say house. I'm sure that we're gonna be able to see that on record as well, so I just.
I don't really think I need this, but, my name's Holly Bonhagan, I've been a community member now, one property for 17 years. We did have vacant land, we went through that process, we built the house. The one question I do have is about sea cans. My concern is I just built actually a storage shed on my property and the fee itself for the permit was atrocious. I didn't get my permit in, my application before they went up. So if I have to get a $500 permit for a sea can, that is now not an affordable storage solution. I like, so I tend to buy them as much as I can.
That's all.
But I can see people just going ahead and doing it. It's kind of why they've already done it. They've got the trailers on the property because they just went ahead and did it. They're gonna keep doing it. You're gonna end up coming to the property, so then it's gonna be another big cost. I can see why we need the fees, but I would like to see that if sea cans are an affordable option for us in storage, that the fees for those permits to get the sea cans, but also clarity to make sure that the sea can would actually get approved too, because I think of it, like, I just built my shed and the stuff I had to do to get approval for that was a little nuts for me. So if I have to modify a sea can to make it fit the building code, because I don't know if the building code includes anything that'll cover a sea can, because is it covered under the building code? Am I gonna have to change the structure of it? Am I gonna have to change the doors? Am I gonna have to do a bunch of modifications? Because it's now bylaw, and I now have to pay these fees, so I'd like clear before the actual rules come out. What are my fees gonna be if I put a sea can? I wanna know those things before the bylaw comes. And I understand why you have to pass a bylaw and then do some of the work, but the clarity is important.
Fair enough, I'm sure, I speak for the rest of the council, take your point about the fees. And we will obviously reconsider and talk about and ensure that our fees are reasonable, and not restrictive. I'm not sure if you were here the whole time. I want to make sure that you know that there is no building, permit required for an 8 by 20. Based on the square foot of shipping container, it's only above, and that is actually part of the building code. I don't know if we need more clarification from Mike on that, or if we understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
You want more clarification on
Just something he said about the height.
the height? Hydro or height, sorry. Height.
So 5 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it's saying, if you're gonna do shipping containers, don't stack them above another, because there's.
Well, no, but 5 meters, you could get 3 cans high.
Yeah, so typically.
So you're saying 3 cans high is the limit?
No, you can't stack it because that's in the bylaw too. So.
But you said 5 feet maximum.
So the 5 meters coming.
5 meters, sorry.
The 5 meters is one of the provisions for a shed. So it doesn't really apply to
Why are we talking about sea cans and 5 meters?
because we're slipping the sea cans into the new exemption for sheds.
Well, you can slip it
Right.
wherever you want, but I think see a little more.
Does your sea can exceed 5 meters?
I don't have one, do you?
No, I don't have one, and I certainly
But
encourage them.
I'm just speaking to what you said about 5 meters in height.
Yes, because that's the provisions of a shed, so it
Okay,
can't
well,
be attached to a dwelling, not over 5
If
meters.
you're gonna pass that bylaw saying not over 5 meters, then people are going to stack sea cans
It's,
up as high as they can.
there's a provision in the bylaw that says you cannot stack sea cans, so that's
Okay, so
clear.
they'll get around it by welding them. Now it's not that, it's welding. Okay, the other question, and then I'm done. You said something about, I'm not sure if it was you.
Sorry, I'm trying, I
That
don't.
sea cans should be, not must be, should be painted to look nice.
We'll have to.
Is that, who decides what's nice? Who decides what color goes there? Who decides whether you want to stand it on its end? I mean, who makes these decisions? It's easy to pass the bylaw and say, oh, we've got the power.
One more year, we got it down.
Yeah, I know, 1 more year, but.
There you go.
It's
Why you authorize that?
Yeah, it's actually not easy to pass the bylaw, and so when.
Well, you're
we're trying
right,
to
that's
balance-
right.
No, when we're trying to balance the feedback that we get, that there are a lot of people who don't like motor CNs in the communities. So what we're trying to do is say, we can appreciate why it is a useful structure to have for storage on people's properties. And the balance is, as long as we remove the lettering and it's painted a uniform natural color, then at least we've tried to make it more.
But that is too ambiguous.
Well,
It's a completely ambiguous statement.
I don't think, well, my flavor from the crowd tonight is people would like to say that we want beige, Pantone 1601 as the color of every.
But she's opening this
So
up.
we're allowing it to be natural, of a natural color. This is what I'm saying, it's not an easy balance.
No, but you're opening yourselves up to ridicule.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rosa Cooper. I've been living in Montfield for over 50 years. I've been married for 50 years. I've been 51. I've been paying tax here ever since I was 16 years old. And I'm talking about the trailers. I've got a trailers on vacant land. On what? Right here beside me. And I don't see any reason why I can't camp in my trailers. When we talk about cesspool, we got an open house for the washroom outside. And as water, we use the lake to wash the dishes and whatever I have to do. And other than that, I have a home in Bonfield. I've been paying tax, like I said. And I don't see what's the reason that I can't camp only for the summer in my trailer with my grandkids and enjoy life. I typically, I don't go to the lake. And I don't see the reason. I feel so discrimination on that. It's unreal. And I don't know about Bonfield, like. And we're using the same lake, Bonfield, Farmville, Astorville, and there's trailer a little bit everywhere. Like. I can't, and I'm paying tax. The only reason they want me to do is to sell the lake front so they can have a house that is worth millions or whatever.
So again, just reiterate, any trailer currently on lakefront property is there illegally and it's been illegally for several years. This has nothing to do with this council saying that your trailer is illegal. Yeah.
Lean back and hey, they don't take their trailer off, we're gonna fine them $25,000. You're laughing about it. You are the one. Nobody else. You're the one, and you said. I don't want no trailers on the lake.
I have 100%, I stand behind my.
You are.
Yeah, I stand behind that. I don't think trailers should be on.
That's our council. That's our thing you to help us and to represent us. Right?
Hey, guys.
But there's multiple voices. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
This guy here.
Only talk about CCANs.
Okay, wrap this up. We're gonna wrap this up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Okay, I want to talk about sea cans. Okay, why are we allowed to have 20-foot sea cans and not 40-foot sea cans? They're engineered by the same people. And who is employed by the township that has, no, never mind, who's employed by the township that is an engineer and able to stamp a 40-foot sea can over a 20-foot sea can? Nobody. Again, my authority lies under, anything over 161. So I'm telling you, if you want. It doesn't matter. It does, listen to me. If it's under 161, I can't ask you to get it engineered. I can't ask you for nothing except compliance. It's not a building. Under 20 feet is not a building. It's not a building. I can't do anything. It's a sea can. It's a sea can. Leave it alone.
It's a building over 161. I'm telling you, if you want to get a smaller one. And then I have no authority except for the zoning bylaw where you. Yes, it's the same, but there's no authority if it's under 161.
You're not in. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent.
When you're talking about sea containers, I agree on the 20-footers. As long as they're properly placed, not in front of other people. And I got some there, and I know I gotta paint them, but you can't paint them in snow. But another thing is, like I wanted to say a while ago, the sea containers, the thieves can't get in as easy. Now, any of these little buildings and sheds, a lot of them are eyesores. They don't, 531 down here at the highway in that bird shed, I think that maybe the building inspector should be putting more effort into getting that cleaned up. And make a lot more impressions in the Bondfield area. But that is up to you to do. Now, why I'm talking about trailers, when you're allowing these trailers to be set up in any of the houses and lots, there's temporary use and say they're gonna use the washrooms inside, I don't agree. Because that's just open up a can of worms, you either do or you don't. And another thing is, what I wanna get at, is a planner here. He hasn't emphasized of any property being sold for storage. And somebody to put up a storage area where they can be stored. And I think that's something to be considered. Something for thought.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'll go with one more question. However, we still have probably an hour to go. So, if you would like to, I'll give you the phone. So we'll give you a break after this, lady comes up. And a 5-minute break to get a coffee, to bathroom break. And then we'll move forward with the rest of the presentation on, the trailers and, the short-term rentals, right? Okay.
No trailers allowed with that, because I don't see it here. So
Can you point to me where that is within the amendment of the bylaw? Where it is in the bylaw, I mean, the bylaw doesn't, it has to be a permitted use under the rural zone or any zone that's in, it's not in there. There are sections, especially in bylaw 2018-06. I don't have that bylaw with me today. But those were the sections that were in there that said that you cannot have a trailer. I don't know if we can put it back to bylaw 6.
It doesn't say, because you can't use it for more than 120 days, but in other words, it is under 120.
But not on vacant land. That's only if you have a dwelling. If you are in the RLS zone and you have a dwelling on your property, you can have a trailer with no license because you have a dwelling. It cannot be on vacant land. If you live, it's the vacant land that is the concern. So that's what we regularly have. If you have a house, you can have a trailer. It doesn't matter on the zone. It's the zone for a vacant land. Using the battery. It's the zone on the vacant land only that is in rural for a trailer. Everywhere else it is not permitted unless there is a dwelling. I hope that helps clear that up.
How about vacant land? And permitted trailers, why can they not be stored on vacant land? There's people in this hamlet here that got vacant land. And they have no place to park their trailer beside their house. They're using the vacant land, park their trailer over the winter. Why is none not permitted? I pay tax on vacant land.
There is a provision, there's a provision in the zoning bylaw that says that if you are the adjacent landowner on the vacant land, you can park it on your property, on that property. You have to own the property beside you in order to put the trailer on, to store over the winter, not to use, to store over the winter. You can do that. That provision is in there.
Is it in the hamlet area, in the R1 zone? Permit?
I will get back to make sure that I give you the correct answer.
Thank you.
So, I don't know, are we ready?
This will conclude the public session of this meeting. If anyone wants to be notified of the decision of the approval authority, you must fill out the requested form at the back. If you do not fill out the form, you will not be notified. Council will be considering these bylaws at the March the 25th council meeting. Council appreciates all the feedback. This meeting was held for public consultation prior to the consideration of the proposed bylaws. And I have to say, there's a lot of thought from the people here, and they are addressing their concerns, and that's our concerns as well. It certainly should be. So we're going to move on. If you'd like to have a coffee or a break we're going to stick with 5 minutes, and then we're coming back and we will have another presentation for the trailer and yes, the short-term rentals. Thank you. We'll continue into our next agenda as soon as you guys have a coffee and come back and sit down. Thank you.
Busy man, and we only got 5 minutes. That's okay. Potentially getting increased. That you can save money, so you all. So you can post your check on the I have to check. Yeah. That's a great question. Yeah, but I've been thinking about time. Don't have that long. I suppose. But it's, I let's make the rest of that to do with the taxes. I think. They're massively increased, way behind. They might have to take it. Assess it, assess the value. Yeah. Go back and forth on that. It's really a good question. I think because it's not mandated, how do we increase it? And you can see that personally, it's just me.
Yeah.
This for me is against maybe about I thought that was the very good. Benefit from that, I think they just stop everything. Well, so we say, so you are, I actually have to speak. What's your last name? Make sure you drop me an email about this. Yeah. So I see.
Even if, let's say, we have to switch septic tanks. It's within. It's all about the topography. So let's say if it went. If it goes off the other way. So at least you know, filter to the soil and stuff, then that should be okay. I don't mean the checks. So I think it was yeah. Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe not state. The same principle. And I could do a full U-turn if I do mine. Yeah. It all depends on whatever zones are like. Yeah, hi, I'm here. It's just to make it. If you wanted to.
Did everybody go back to their seats so we can, do the final, session?
Just two really nice people just came up with like great presentation and we want to work with you on some projects like there's different people in this.
Absolutely, it's just the local people.
Yeah.
We're recording that,
Sorry?
recording that. Yeah, what you said.
That's good, isn't it?
It's fantastic. I know what, I know what. That I worked at as well. Yeah, yeah, I was wondering. Yeah. All again, it's really, there's a few, there's so many and they married into the family, I know, there's lots of them, yes. Exactly. Yeah.
Would like to their seats, please. We're gonna start very shortly. Get ready. Now, get it started. Oh, fantastic. It was always nice. I'm having a great time. We're ready to move on with the next part of the presentation.
The next thing is on trailers and short-term rentals of presentation. And Councillor Clark will have the floor for a moment.
And recuse myself for item 4D STRs.
Thank you.
What?
She declared her conflict.
Refrain from opening up the asking about, right?
Yeah. For short-term rentals.
I know you excuse yourself before I was there.
And so the next presentation tonight, short-term rentals and trailer bylaw. So council staff and community members have been working on these bylaws for over 2 years. There have been several opportunities for public consultation, as evident on the slide. There have been amendments from the first draft as new ideas and comments have come to light. The community has shared diverse opinions, and the final drafts have been reviewed by the legal team. We're going to present the results of the consultations among everyone here tonight. The details on the making of these bylaws are posted on the website, and all documents and meeting recordings are posted. And were updated as they happened. If anyone wanted to comment or speak to these 2 bylaws tonight, submissions were to be in by yesterday, Monday at the 17th at noon. We received some comments, and there are members of the community here tonight to speak to those comments, which we will do after these presentations, although I think we've already done a number of them. We know we will not make everyone happy with the final bylaws. There are polarized opinions. Council's intent is to create these bylaws to permit the uses and provide more flexibility, but in a way that ensures everyone can still enjoy their property. So we'll start with trailers. Why is the township introducing the trailer bylaw? The current rules do not permit the use of a trailer on vacant land. While there are mixed comments on permitting them within Bonneville, they are becoming a trend throughout Ontario and one that has taken up in Bonneville. Council is considering this bylaw to now allow trailers on vacant land with regulations. The official name of the bylaw is to license, regulate, and govern travel trailers and recreation vehicles in the township of Bonneville. And tonight we'll just refer to it as the trailer bylaw. The bylaw applies to any trailer as defined on all property within the township. However, there are exceptions. If a property has an assessed trailer, which means it's considered a permanent structure and has been assessed under the Assessment Act, it does not require a license. This falls elsewhere in the zoning bylaw. The township has 2 camping establishments, and this bylaw will not require trailers within those 2 businesses to be licensed. Section 4 of the bylaw also exempts when there is a dwelling on the property, the store trailer does not need a license. You know, this is going to seem repetitive because we've already had a conversation on a lot of the things that we were talking about, but I'll still move forward with the presentation as we had. So these definitions outline the type of structure that the bylaw applies to, whether they are recreational vehicles used for temporary eating and sleeping or travel trailers that are plated and manufactured for the temporary use of living and accommodation. In general, this covers all trailers meant for temporary use. Removing the gears and towing equipment renders these as non-temporary structures and falls under a different section of the zoning bylaw. We are focusing on permitting the use of trailers in this bylaw. For the purpose, the bylaw will permit trailers to be licensed in the rural zones of the township. This means not in the hamlets and not in the residential limited services or commercial industrial zones. In reviewing original subdivision agreements, some dating back to the 60s and 70s, there are provisions directly in those agreements that say a trailer is not permitted. We had carried that forward into this bylaw. Licensed trailers will be permitted to be used from May 1st to December 15th of each year, and then stored from December 16th to April 30th of the following year on the same vacant lot. This means you do not have to move your trailer off the property at the end of the season. In the research of preparing this bylaw, best practices and lessons learned from other communities were applied. While council is willing to open the bylaw up to the use of trailers, the regulations within the bylaw are in place to start small and evaluate their effectiveness. The regulations set out in section 4 of this bylaw are intended to maintain the character of the neighborhood and protect long-term health and safety. Building permits cannot be issued for accessory structures on vacant land. Therefore, a licensed trailer cannot build or install any structure that requires a building permit. Decks will be permitted as long as they are under 2 feet in height and less than 110 square meters or 108 square feet. I'm still a square feet girl, but they're making me a meter person. They cannot be attached to the trailer. Storage sheds less than 10 square meters with no plumbing or heating will also be permitted. It is understood that to enjoy the property, owners will need to store lawnmowers, outdoor furniture, and such, and these provisions will allow that without contravening any other bylaws or the Building Code Act. It's also understood that shade and shelter outdoors is important to enjoy the trailer, as building permits cannot be issued, canopies, pop-up tents, and smart placement of the trailer are all acceptable options. When considering to license a trailer, there are requirements for an entrance permit, an application for a civic address. So access to the property, especially for emergencies, is important and mandatory for health and safety. One issue that repeatedly surfaced in relation to trailers was the environmental services. Concerns are that the sewage and gray water are not being managed properly and dumped straight onto the ground surface. These actions are inappropriate, illegal, and do not promote long-term environmental sustainability. Trailers do come with a septic system that generally holds the matter for a short period of time, but certainly not for the length of the permitted use under this bylaw. The North Bay Mountain Conservation Authority issues permits for gray water pit management. It's a Class 2 system. For the sewage, the North Bay Water Conservation Authority outlines classes of systems that are appropriate for a long-term solution, and this could be a Class 1, which is an outhouse, or a Class 4, which is a weeping well. Another option is to enter into an agreement with the company that will pump out or allow you to dump at their site for the system that comes with the trailer. A copy of the agreement is needed when the application and proof of dumping throughout the year is required for annual renewals. When you get the slides, you'll see that I have links into both of those options from North Bay Mountain Conservation Authority, but you can see there are several options for consideration. Also to note, trailers are not permitted to be short-term rentals, nor are they allowed to be stored on township property. Property standards and clean yards apply to a licensed trailer property. Grass must be maintained, no outside storage, and no garbage left. Trailer licensees will be provided 16 garbage tanks for the landfill site per year. The license for the trailer is meant for 1 trailer per property. However, there are opportunities to invite 3 additional trailers to the lot for a maximum of 14 calendar days in a year. This provision allows for a larger group who wants to get together on the property for a long weekend or a special occasion. There has to be a main licensed trailer on the property prior to the special occasion permits being issued. And the shorter time frame of the additional trailers allows more enjoyment of the property while having no risk to the environment. The bylaw sets out the guidelines for issuing the license, the enforcement steps of the bylaw, and the appeals process should a license be withdrawn. The slide clearly shows that compliance is our goal. So for enforcement with a license, the first offense is an education, and you have 14 days to remedy any offense. The second offense is a penalty, and it's 7 days to remedy. The third offense, the penalty issued an immediate suspension of the license for a maximum of 2 years, and removal of the trailer and any temporary use structures. The trailer license will be annual. There is a prescribed form, and when submitting, you must include a site plan, proof of ownership or consent of the landowner, pictures of the trailer, all servicing permits, and the license fee. There are additional questions about electrical services and smoke alarms. These will be annual attestations. In addition, if there is no entrance, then the entrance permit application request must be filled out along with the civic address. So to conclude, this presentation is meant to highlight the regulations within the proposed bylaw. Council is considering this bylaw to not allow the use of trailers in the rural zones while keeping the character of the neighborhood and ensuring the health and safety factors are addressed. The bylaw considers best practices, lessons learned, and community feedback. Now the details of the short-term rental. The formal name of the bylaw is to license, regulate, and govern short-term rentals. Tonight, we will reference it as the short-term rental or an STR bylaw. It applies to all buildings within the township. If there is an existing short-term rental, it will need to comply with this bylaw. On the slide, there's also a list of exemptions. To understand some of the provisions in the bylaw, it is first important to understand some definitions. A short-term rental means all or part of a dwelling used to provide sleeping accommodations for any rental period that is less than 28 days in exchange for payment, similar to commercial or industrial use. A principal dwelling means a dwelling that is owned or rented alone or jointly with another person, where the person is ordinarily a resident and has designated the dwelling as their primary place of residency. A non-principal dwelling unit for short-term rental means a short-term rental that is not someone's principal dwelling unit, so where they live somewhere else. And a dedicated responsible person means the owner or agent assigned by the owner of the licensee of the short-term rental, who shall be at least 18 years of age to ensure that the short-term rental is operating in accordance with the provisions of this bylaw, the license, and applicable laws. A highlight of section 2 of the short-term rental bylaw is shown here. To operate an STR, you must obtain a license. As we move through the presentation, more details will be explained. Trailers will not be licensed to operate as a short-term rental. Licensed short-term rentals shall not be used for special events. We know that a home or a property and are occasionally used to host weddings or large celebrations. These are hosted by the owner of the property. However, the intent is to avoid weekend after weekend of large gatherings. If there's no restriction, then there is no enforcement. Neighbors want to enjoy the outdoors on their property too. This ensures that they can, and that the house, septic systems, and parking is not overburdened. Continued short-term rental shall have a maximum of 10 overnight guests at any time. Each guest room, as marked on the application, will have a maximum occupancy of 2 guests. To protect the owner and the guests, a $2 million insurance policy must be submitted with the application. Parking is to be enclosed within the short-term rental property. This is summer and winter. Owners must have a designated parking area or areas that will accommodate the number of guests they rent to. This also applies to municipal roads and private roads. If the owner is not available, they must appoint a dedicated responsible person and notify the township. The contact information will be posted on the municipal website, so concerns regarding a short-term rental can be addressed prior to the township becoming involved. The person responsible must address their concern within 60 minutes of a call or email. Throughout this process, the township has heard concerns from both sides regarding permitting short-term rentals on private roads. The courts have ruled that the use is residential, and regardless of ownership on the road, the township does not have jurisdiction to restrict the use. However, to the concerns we did hear, the bylaw includes provisions for private road access. It is important that the guest understands that properties on private roads may not have the same emergency response times for a variety of reasons. There are other provisions in the bylaw that require the guest to be notified of emergency and relevant township information, such as where the landfill site is. Initially, there will be 50 short-term rental licenses issued per year. Currently, we are aware of 35 within the township, but it's understood that once this bylaw is adopted, more may be started. This number will be reviewed if the wait list warrants. But as we've heard earlier tonight, housing is a concern, so a balance must be struck. This will ensure affordability as well as attainable home ownership. Class A licenses are for the principal dwellings where the owner resides, and non-principal dwellings, which are typically second homes or cottages. A principal dwelling can rent up to 4 bedrooms as the owner lives and stays in the house. Facilities are common areas, and shared. A non-principal dwelling is rented as a full suite. The owner doesn't stay in the dwelling. It cannot be broken up into the sections to be rented to more than one party at a time. At the beginning of the year, Class A applications will be considered prior to Class B licensing. The fee for any short-term rental is $1,200. So we have to pause for a moment, because under our procedure bylaw, we are not allowed to have a council meeting go past 10:30 without passing it, an unanimous council meeting. So as it is past 10:30.
Moved by Councillor Featherstone, seconded by Councillor Corbett. Whereas the procedural bylaw 2023-48, section 10(1) states that no item of business may be dealt with at a regular council meeting after 10:30 p.m. unless authorized by a resolution supported by the majority of the members. Be it hereby resolved that the members of council agree to function after 10:30 p.m. All in favor? Carry.
Class B licenses are for corporations. The provision covers the corporation purchases a residential building within the township solely for the purposes of using it as a short-term rental. The corporation has to list all of the shareholders to circumvent any rules, and a corporation is limited to one short-term rental within the boundaries of Bonneville. Again, striking the balance between allowing other uses for homeowners and protecting the rights of residents to enter the home ownership is key. Class B applications will be considered after Class A applications, meaning that all applications start February 1st of each year. So Class B will not be reviewed until March 1st in a normal year. This is to provide current owners and residents the first opportunity to take advantage of the bylaw and operate a short-term rental. When submitting the application, the bylaw outlines all the documents required, regardless of the class. The complete application will include a site plan of the premises, floor plans, labeling the guest rooms, listing the dedicated responsible person, and consent forms. There is a requirement for an inspection. The inspection is not intended to ensure new building code provisions are adhered to. It is to confirm the dwelling is as listed on the site plan and floor plan, and that there are smoke alarms and CO detectors and other safety factors. There are provisions in the bylaw to address owner consent. This process is not intended to be intrusive, but to confirm if the township is licensing a short-term rental, the dwelling follows the short-term rental bylaw. So enforcement, much like the trailer, the bylaw sets out guidelines for issuing the license, and enforcement sets of the bylaw and the appeals process should a license be revoked. Again, the focus is on compliance, not punitive measures. The bylaw also includes a code of conduct that must be displayed. This is to ensure that the guest understands their role in making short-term rentals successful as well. It also includes sections for garbage and pets. All rules that apply to residents shall apply to rental guests. The dedicated responsible person will play a main part in ensuring that while council is pleased there are new opportunities for tourists to visit the area, it will not be detrimental to the peaceful enjoyment that Bonneville residents are used to. As indicated, those wishing to address the bylaw were to submit their comments prior to the meeting, so we can take those comments at this time. So I'll hand the meeting back to Mayor Paquette to review those comments.
comment period. Anyone wishing to speak needs to submit their comments by Monday, March the 17th. So there are people that put their names in, and it was clear that there would be a 2-minute period to speak. We have to ensure that this be held. For the oral presentation is Kathy Bray, horse trailer.
I think we answered it already, so I think you went.
Norman Shepherd.
Yeah, it's not 7 years.
He left.
Carmen Jasmine. She's gone. Jessica Chris Shepherd.
I'd like to see how injustice is. You increased the council meeting to 4 hours by bringing so many bylaws in at one time. And I think that was a plan, so you get everybody confused. This township is being really deceptive and really unfair. I've been penalized over and over again, and here's yet another one.
So again, I'm reading on behalf of Chris. Short-term rentals are dear to my heart. I have personally been renting my cottage since 2015. If you look at my listing, you will see that my reviews are excellent. My customers are mainly repeat, and I look after their needs during their stay. These tenants typically book their vacation rental the year before, and they spend money in our township. They rent horses from bandolers, they eat meals at the Dinner Bell and Raleigh's, they rent boats and visit all the sites from Grasswell to the Talon Chutes, Eau Claire, and James Pottery. They visit Mattawa and North Bay. They bring money to our community. I am not a business. I rent my rental in order to pay the exorbitant taxes. They literally pay the. This is my passive rental income that I use to pay the exorbitant taxes. Why does this township feel the need to bring in a short-term rental bylaw that only allows 50 rentals? I would like to stress that this is massive overreach. Not only does it only allow 50 rentals, you can only rent from no more than 150 calendar days a year. And you have to have insurance of 2 million, and apparently your parking has to be paved or concreted or interlocking brick, which, wouldn't that be nice to have our roads paved? Lastly, sorry, I think lastly, this is absurd. We have $20,000. So the bylaw proposes a $20,000 fine for not complying, up to $50,000 fine if you refuse the second time. We have bylaws to manage noise and trespassing already. My vacation rental is on 200 acres, and it doesn't bother anyone. Why does the council need to threaten me with fines for my private passive rental income?
Thank you.
So first, if I can, why are we doing it? Because council was asked to. Council was asked to review the short-term rentals, and that's when the consultation started over 2 years ago. And these bylaws are informed by all that. Again, you can see it on online. Parking does need to be contained on your property, so you are not taking up the road in road space, or you're not parking in septics. Guests that do come might not understand what the septic is, so there are provisions for that as well. The fines are standard language form of fines in all municipal bylaws. We can do we can do set fines, and those set fines, that's when we go to the Provincial Offences Act, and there are fines that way. When a court orders that you have not, that you've contravened the bylaw enough times through set fines, we can go to court, and the court will set those fines. We have to put a number in the bylaw, and typically those bylaws are 25,000, 50,000. They're standard numbers, and they're approved through the Provincial Offences Act.
Right now, I am in no contravention. There's nothing I'm doing that's wrong. Right now, there's nothing. And you bring in this bylaw, and I will be a criminal, and I will be charged with $20,000, $50,000. I am a citizen of this township, and I don't need to be bullied like this.
Once the bylaw is entered in, like once it's approved and it's
Then I'm a
finalized,
criminal.
you need to get an application.
No, then I'm a criminal. If I don't react to your bylaw, which doesn't exist right now, I am a criminal. I am going to be fined and charged. It'll be put on my taxes, and you're gonna have one in my property. I've been told that a couple of times. This is called bullying.
I tell my students not to bully, and this is what I get.
Well, let's move on to the next
Of course.
person.
All right, we'll move ahead with, on short-term rentals, Dr. Paul Preston.
Thanks very much. We've been in Barnville for 20 years, and we're here for the same reasons that I spoke earlier, for peace and equality, and neighbors, circumstances, unlike the big state. Sides. And maybe across the country, certainly. Thank you. Shell corporations, multiple everything that's experience with should be aware of very good which are basic things like student school and having a dog's innovation. My experience, they come up here and say, if they're like, it's like a dog training. At least a big thing, so. I think the other things that, I think the worries that it was too vague on the parking, because it just says almost adequate parking. 2 weeks ago, we couldn't get to our house because the scooter trailers were blocking our, the way we get there, so I think they should specify how many cars the property can accommodate to park, and how many scooter trailers or boat trailers can be parked there safely, because that's a so first thing about thanks very much, and thanks for all your efforts there. Peace to everybody again.
Next, we have Jessica and Chris Shepherd. Okay. Line walk. Two.
About trailers and short-term rentals. So I'm gonna go first with short-term rentals. And it seems like a lot of time, legal expenses has gone into this bylaw and staff time and additional costs to municipalities in regards to short-term rentals. I believe there's been over 12 meetings, few lawyer consultations, and bylaw reviews. Recently, it showed on sites that North Bay has only 7 licenses, and East Bears only has 2 short-term rental license agreements. This bylaw will not work. It just questions if this is why other municipalities may not have a bylaw and rely on current bylaws, and if needed, calls to OPP, MNR, or by the concerned citizen. And almost most rental sites have a complaint process as well. It seemed from the onset that no matter what presentations were given, the municipality was going ahead with the original bylaw presented with minor amendments to insurance and fee, and this took a lot of public input to get municipal staff council to consider. The fee is still too high for the amount of taxes the person already pays to the township, and people are concerned with the required inspection of the property and possible outcome, even though building inspector may give a clearer picture of what a short-term rental inspection would look like. This all started by one petition a few years back, and not accurate numbers of short-term rentals or accurate data on amount of weeks rentals occurred. Also, the amount of 35, I'm not really sure would be accurate either, because I think I showed Councillor Corbett that often when you go and you count, it could be duplicate sites, it could be a commercial property that is allowed to rent cottages. So it's not just an easy count of looking and counting, oh, 1, 2, 3, because that's not proper and accurate info. This bylaw is a lot for a person that may just want to rent out a property for even a 4 to 6 week period to assist with costs and provide accommodations to a community that is lacking in available accommodations. It appeared at the last delegation opposing, now it's about dogs, was all based on one rancher going off a road. These things happen. I found it interesting listening to the presentation that no one stated the large equipment and cement trucks for building of dwellings, and many contractors that may be unfamiliar with the road were going in and out many months traveling through to access properties in the area. So why was someone using the road such a concern? Also, are not service delivery vehicles accessing properties and may not be the same driver? No presenter, municipal staff, council member could give any data of calls to police, MNR, noise bylaw complaints, and or being enforced regarding short-term rentals within the township. So is this where the residents want tax dollars spent and time of the municipal staff spent to implement and process with other enforcement measurements already in place? We already pay for OPP services. And also, not everybody can afford a cottage nowadays. Like if my kids want to take over our place, they can't. They're not going to be able to. they may need to rent or, to do a short-term accommodation for 3 to 4 weeks. It's not just for the rich, because a normal person, like if I started out now, or any member of my family, they would not be able to afford to live where we now live and enjoy. Thank you.
Oh, okay, only done.
Okay, in regards to just, trailers within RLS zones, the majority of gas stations in Ontario near water bodies and province allows 21 days to camp on with a trailer alongside crown lands. This is their land, and municipal taxes on those lands may already be more than a dwelling in the hamlet. Why the 600 fees for trailers? Where did the amount come from and what formula was used? I provided, Councillor Corbett with a bylaw from a township that compromised and permitted 21 days of use of a trailer on RLS lands. Why not here? Thank you.
Next we have Robin Edwards. Dave, and I have 2 minutes. So I thought I'd give you just a bit of background. I've been a taxpayer in Bonneville now for 5 years. We bought a waterfront property to retire to. I live about 4 hours south of here. But we wanted to buy a piece of the near north for our 7 kids, because again, they can't afford a cottage. We knew when we bought our cottage, we'd have to rent our cottage in order to pay the mortgage. We also knew that we are a buy local, invest local. We put thousands of dollars into repairing, fixing, investing in our property, all local money, all local tradespeople, all local cleaners. Local, we rent about 6 weeks a year, mostly to friends, family, and colleagues, but we do also have a website and we rent publicly. I'm Mr. Preston's neighbor. There are no dog attacks, no dog attacks. Yes, he did.
Yes, yeah.
And I am the neighbor.
You have the money to pay for all your kids. We don't.
We do not. So this is what we live with. I don't want it to become personal, but I can say that this is a tough issue for every community. Lying doesn't make the issue go away or better. We have a wonderful cottage. We have really been trying hard to make a go of it. I don't know if we can live with this. We're trying. It's hard. It's hard to be lied to and lied about. It's hard when a bylaw like this is proposed that we have to respond to an email in 60 minutes, which we will, or a phone call, which we will. But we can't call anybody about what we go through in our cottage because no one's going to come. No one's going to answer within 60 minutes when we're listening to parties and chaos night after night after night. And Mr. Preston's multi-million-dollar cottage next door. We're not ready. You know, when I look at the policy, I do have some concerns. I do have some concerns about the policy. One of the concerns that we have about the policy is the timelines. So if the policy is adopted and there isn't anything that suggests how long we would have in order to comply. So if the policy say passed this month, can we get 60 days, 90 days, 120 days? Because it's a lot of requirements. And the summer's coming, and so is the ski season, and that matters to us, it matters a lot. I don't know if, council would consider putting in timelines, so we at least have an opportunity, A, to comply. And if we can't comply, but we make every effort possible, let's say it's a septic inspection within a certain amount of time. What if we need a particular piece or part that doesn't come in time? I want to know that my best efforts is enough I can comply with the policy, even if it means through no fault of my own, the part's not available within a certain timeline. So I think they're reasonable steps we can take to make this doable for those of us that are going to try and make it happen. So that's my one question. My other was about resources. Is there going to be enough people to do enough inspections to get through in time? Again, if we do our best and do our due diligence, are we even going to be able to meet the requirements and make it happen with the resources we have? The only other question I had was about grandfathering. Many of the short-term policies across Ontario have grandfathering provisions, but this policy is silent about it. And we're trying to make a go of this for our kids more than anything and for our retirement, but there are people in the community that are doing it for income in order to stay here, to live here, to invest here, to pay their bills here. And so, you know, for us, we might just fail in our venture of this dream we have. And I guess we have to live with that. But for people trying to make a livelihood here, I think there should be grandfathering provisions so that it can be something that's reasonable and can happen within a manageable way. So those are my only comments on the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Laurie Langlock.
This probably be two people. 200 acres, bother nobody. I'm being penalized for this.
You guys no more questions?
Oh, grandfather.
Okay, next we're going to move on.
So we did receive some written comments as well, so I'll read them out. So please see our comments below regarding the proposed RV amendments. We understand that the current bylaws have long prohibited RVs on vacant lands, much like any other Ontario and northern municipalities. We also recognize that council is working to address an issue you didn't create, and we appreciate your efforts to find a fair and practical solution. We believe the proposed amendments, bylaw 2025-16 and bylaw 2025-10, aim to strike a balance. By setting clear guidelines and introducing a licensing system, they offer a way to allow temporary RV use while still ensuring proper oversight. These changes aim to create more fairness by ensuring all property owners contribute to municipal services. They also seek to address concerns about unregulated RV use, like the creation of campground-like conditions with multiple RVs on properties near permanent homes, as well as issues like noise, improper waste disposal, and the potential impact of our lakes and environment. No solution is without its challenges, but these amendments do consider the interest of RV owners, permanent residents, and the broader community. We support council's efforts and are hopeful that these changes will help create a fair and enforceable path forward. I think that one actually answered as well. I can address some of the comments on the short-term rental. First, the parking does not need to be paved, but it does need to be designated in this. So we'll certainly bring that back in as well. I'm sure that council will give the comments regarding the timelines and the applications, and that will be brought back to the council meeting on March 25th as well. Yes. Yes, so we'll bring that back. Yes. And I think those are all the major things.
For trailer.
Next, we have a debate on whether we have the fireworks in Canada Day or the end of the summer event. So what's going to happen is, we'll have, the staff go out and count the ones that will vote. And, for Canada Day, July 1st each year, standard date, celebrate Canada's independence. It's a national holiday. Summertime hot, at dusk is later. Fire bad season, volunteers, family time, no rush. If Canada Day, when there's a fire ban, fireworks are canceled and not rescheduled till next year. Cancel end of summer events. Event moves to an evening event. Barbecue, dinner, games, music, fireworks, etc. And then summer works, or fireworks end of the summer event. Why? Long weekend before school and summer with a bang. End summer with a bang. Typically no fire bans at this time. More residents in the area. School, September, not as hot and dusk as earlier. We have the volunteers rush over to get ready for school. If end of summer event, Canada Day stays a midday event. 2 community gatherings. Event says to an evening event. Stays to an evening event. Barbecue, dinner, games, music, fireworks, and 6 p.m. till fireworks. So I guess I'll ask who wants the fireworks for Canada Day, and they're going out to right?
We have a grant from the federal government to celebrate Canada Day.
They give us $500.
It used to be 10,000. So there's a grant for that day. That way we should have.
I got 9.
Sorry.
I got 9.
Can we get people just to raise their hands so that we can just?
Okay, could you put your hand up if you want to vote for Canada Day? Okay. So if you're voting for the end of the summer, just leave your hands down. This way.
Switch it, guys. It says who wants September.
Hands down and hands up.
End of summer?
End of summer?
Say it again. I don't think they understand. They changed.
Yeah, they changed.
Yeah.
No, she said, keep your hands down, so everybody put their hands down.
No, it's easier to count it if we ask them for the end of summer. It'd be easier to count.
Okay, explain that so we can count against these.
Okay, she's counting again. If your hands are up, keep them up. That's for the fireworks and Canada Day. If your hands are down, those are the ones looking for Labor Day weekend.
Majority rules.
Energy, there's a lot of our access from all the grants. $500.
32.
And cheaper,
Look at the money check.
I got 13 for September long weekend.
Me too. So the rest is Canada.
Yeah. What's Canada Day?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, our CEO told me we will have fireworks on Canada Day. Thanks for voting. Okay, next. Okay, what time is it?
11:05.
Oh, 11:05. Thank you very much, everybody, for staying here all evening and going over everything. All of you have put your hearts into this meeting, and I thank you so much. There's so much to consider. There's so much to think about when you hear what affects everyone. So, we'll be considering, some of the comments, or all of the comments, I should say. And, I want to thank you very much for staying with us. This is the latest meeting we've had since we started, so. Moved by Councillor McGinnis, second by Councillor Clark, that this meeting be adjourned at 10:11. Sorry, 11. Oh, okay. Everybody drive safely home.
End meeting for all?
Yeah.